Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be considered infringing. Using a lot of folks' materials this evening. And so I just want to make sure it's clear that that is being used for educational purposes. And art, my friends. It's all about the art. Good evening, Lizard Tree. I hope you're feeling well. I'm about to drop some information and go down a line of thinking that may bother some. But it'll enlighten others, and if you hang with me, I have a point to make that connects to this whole streaming thing. So those of you who are, a little more emotionally unstable, or possibly find things that have to do with religious beliefs, will they offend you? Or, maybe you're easily offended. Or you have a problem with flashing lights. Well then, this might not be for you. Because I'm going to challenge your senses. And we're gonna get kinda weird. Stand by. Neil deGrasse Tyson has just begun his sandwich. Have you ever wondered if people have the best interest for you, or whether or not your leaders knew about the future? Have you ever wondered whether or not angels existed? Have you ever wondered whether or not there was a plan far beyond what we might be able to comprehend? Have you ever wondered if there was more than us? Have you ever looked up at the sky and thought to yourself, there has to be more to the story? Have you ever wondered if someone made a plan that worked against us? I assure you I have. And that's why I'm sharing this.
The First World War must be brought about in order to permit the Illuminati to overthrow the power of the Tsars in Russia and of making that country a fortress of atheistic communism. The divergences caused by the agentur, agents of the Illuminati between the British and Germanic empires, will be used to foment this war. At the end of the war, communism will be built and used in order to destroy the other governments and in order to weaken the religions. The Second World War must be fomented by taking advantage of the differences between the fascists and the political Zionists.
Have you ever wondered if there was a plan? Did you ever wonder if there was evidence of the plan? Did you ever hear of Albert Pike's letter? Now, you may wonder, who is Albert Pike? Well, my friends, a Grand Master of the 33rd level of the Masonry, a general of the Confederate Army, who wrote a letter to his counterpart in what was then known as the actual, not the imagined, Illuminatus in Italy. And this, my friends, is exactly what the letter purports to say. Now, I will pause to say that many would call this a hoax, but I can assure you that we wouldn't know about this if it wasn't in a library. Rob Z, good evening. Good to see you. Hope you're well as well. But we wouldn't know about this if it hadn't spent some time in a library for public display. And so I urge you to understand and take this with a grain of salt, although maybe some of the words are mistaken, or maybe we aren't getting the greater understanding and there's code, but I assure you, this is what the letter says.
With that being said, I present to you the prophecy of Albert Pike.
The First World War must be brought about in order to permit the Illuminati to overthrow the power of the Tsars in Russia and of making that country a fortress of atheistic communism. The divergences caused by the agentur, agents of the Illuminati between the British and Germanic empires, will be used to foment this war. At the end of the war, communism will be built and used in order to destroy the other governments and in order to weaken the religions. The Second World War must be fomented by taking advantage of the differences between the fascists and the political Zionists. This war must be brought about so that Nazism is destroyed and that political Zionism is strong enough to institute a sovereign state of Israel in Palestine. During the Second World War, international communism must become strong enough in order to balance Christendom, which would be then restrained and held in check.
Before you start taking a side, I assure you there are none, that the entire plan is about disenfranchisement, about long-term pitting human against human. But I'll let him finish the story, because I know this is where it gets challenging for some. You'll hear some language that suggests that our current state of being is nothing but manufactured, and I would urge you to pause yourself. Because if life as we experience it currently isn't manufactured, then, my friends, what experience isn't? And then, yes, Lizardtree, I would consider these the plans of the masters of chaos.
Till the time when we would need it for the final social cataclysm. The Third World War must be fomented by taking advantage of the differences caused by the agentur of the Illuminati between the political Zionists and the leaders of the Islamic world. The war must be conducted in such a way that Islam, the Muslim Arabic world, and political Zionism, the State of Israel, mutually destroy each other. Meanwhile, the other nations, once more divided on this issue, will be constrained to fight to the point of complete physical, moral, spiritual, and economical exhaustion.
Where there is no winner.
We shall unleash the nihilists and the atheists, and we shall provoke a formidable social cataclysm which in all its horror will show clearly to the nations the effect of absolute atheism, origin of savagery, and of the most bloody turmoil.
Now, why exactly would someone want this? Why would a group of humans want this for other humans? Why, indeed, my friends? And if you're asking that question, I have to tell you succinctly and without any query in my mind that it's time for you to look.
Then everywhere, The citizens, obliged to defend themselves against the world minority of revolutionaries, will exterminate those destroyers of civilization, and the multitude, disillusioned with Christianity, whose deistic spirits will from that moment be without compass or direction, anxious for an ideal, but without knowing where to render its adoration, will receive the true light through the universal manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer, brought finally out in the public view. This manifestation will result from the general reactionary movement, which will follow the destruction of Christianity and atheism, both conquered and exterminated at the same time.
Do you think Albert Pike's letter is a hoax? This is from the channel known as Agrippa's Diary. I found nothing but provable information and great historical documentary on this channel, and so finding this letter buried in amongst the other videos, well, you know, I can only say that it must have passed by some kind of censorship. Because, my friends, this seems to be the truth. Hello, I'm AronMSound, and this is the show known as Lookup, where I interject myself into a conversation, and by way of which I extend it and take it places most people don't expect it to go. And this evening, I'm taking you on kind of a wild ride around the internet with a bunch of different information that I found, and, you know, kind of the way I have when I go right turn and let you take control. But today, it's more about humans and our history and our need to both control and destroy and be a part of tribe, and how this goes back to the beginning of humans' knowledge of ourselves. And I say that in a, besmirking kind of way, because we don't know when that is. And every time we think we know when that is, it gets further and further back. And currently we're at about 12,900 years of proven written history. And if you're like, well, wait, hold on a second, Aaron, I heard there was about 6,000. Go Beckley Tappy, my friends. And if you don't know, the history of the Great Flood, written in the Beckley Tappy tower that they found, and other places around the world, that some of these structures now date back to 12,900 years, current to the Ice Age, meaning that society, knowledge, written history, some of it may have been just wiped out by natural occurrence, the flood, the Younger Dryas. But this can only be, well, hypothetical. We can add science to it, and hopefully someday we'll put the pieces together. Until then, people like myself will ask the questions. What's really going on? Who has the strings? Is there really somebody? Is it just a call to authority, a claim, a cry out in the darkness for what we don't know? Or is this really not just a feeling? Is this something we know because it's really happening to us? And when I say happening to us, I don't want to make us all a victim of something, because we all have some agenda. We all have some drive. We get ourselves involved with the things we want to. We have the right of free will, it seems. It would seem. But I'm going to challenge you tonight with a lot of different thoughts about that. How much of it do we have? What of it comes of nature? What of it comes of time? How much free will do we have, and should we just be living it to its best? I would say yes, because you never know when things are going to end. Not in a Luciferian way. No. We can talk about that too. Hedonism has its limits, you know, when it's done properly. Anyways, I don't want to bore you with that, but let's take a look first off. I'm going to move right on past that letter. I'm just going to drop that in your lap, make you think about it. That's called Albert Pike's letter. And it was written a long time ago. Just know that. We're going to look at a video by an awesome archaeologist, if I can... of course, YouTube has decided once again... to do some funny stuff to me. Oh. You're gonna make me restart the program. Alright, I got you. Cool. Well, in the meanwhile, there's a young archaeologist called Minuteman who has fantastic videos. And I urge you to watch him, like and subscribe, because his information is really fantastic. And he has such a wonderful selection of, background on the wider picture of human history. And he's trying to learn more because, he points it out at the beginning of this video that, oh my. Excuse me while I go to the backup. Goodness. So he's taking a tour through the Southwest right now.
I have always been fascinated by history, but I've found it to be too categorical. There are so many branches of it. There's military historians who specialize in textiles and fashion, and of course a historian for every time period of every civilization that has ever existed. It's a field that is so colossally broad that there's no way to tell history as a whole. Even within my chosen discipline of archaeology, professionals frequently find themselves in very narrow boxes, whether it be dedicating your life to the study of a certain site or a certain type of artifact. It wasn't until studying at university that I learned that there was archaeologists who were specifically dedicated to studying pollen. And there's like multiple categories under that. Like the archaeology pollen world has beef in it. People go off there. But the categorical nature of history is one of the things that I always disliked about it. And I think that's why I've done so much of what I've done on my channel. I've talked about everything on this channel, from earth science and geology to evolutionary biology to, of course, my bread and butter of archaeology. And even within my chosen discipline of archaeology, I haven't declared a specific section that I'm interested in. Rather, when people ask, I'll tell them I'm interested in prehistoric archaeology. But the problem is I'm not interested in just one specific thing, because you can't tell a story with such a narrow field of view. It's not enough for me to know what species a skull belongs to. I want to know what the sediment was that it was deposited in, how it died, what the world was like when it once lived. And it's because of this broad brushstroke fascination with our planet that I have that I was inspired to undertake this colossal project. I want to explore the whispering windows of an abandoned ghost town and learn about what happened there, to tell the story of not only those who once lived there, but the very reason that there was gold, silver, and copper in those hills in the first.
One of the reasons I'm sharing this with you is to get you to kind of get a perspective on how wide the field is. When someone tells you they're an archaeologist or an anthropologist, there are so many subsets to any one thing, including in any, most scientific fields. There are specialties because of so many little facets of knowledge and let's call it wisdom. And so when he says he's trying to cover a number of schools of thought or theory, it is not only heroic or courageous of him to do so, it bucks the system, the trend of the general practice of his field of anthropology. And why is that? Is because there's a lot of argument. What's happening, rude girl? What's going on? Wanted to be some kind of historian, archaeologist? Oh, that's amazing. Anthropologist dealing mostly in ancient cutlers. Oh, wow. Love stuff like Western history, etc. Oh, yeah. And this is part of the reason I'm starting here is because the wider history of humans. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that on all levels. Whatever experience you're having. This device is actually going to make me shut it down, by the way. The other one that I'm actually having to restart, it's like, oh, no. You shall not pass. You shall not use YouTube on this. Yeah, there we go. Hard reboot, you Apple item. There you go. Yeah, the cultures and Western, the many cultures just within Western history in the United States that go all the way back to before Columbus got here, and before even I'd say the Knights Templar got here up at Oak Island, and Many of the other, I think it's Eric the Red is the other one, but that might be the precursor of the Knights Templar showing up. So, yeah, there's lots of history now, as well as I think David Icke is one of the ones who's pushing the idea that they found Egyptian items. And I've read this story a number of times, but the Smithsonian does not cooperate. So that's a problem, because apparently they're supposed to have the materials, or did have the materials, and they would have some history of this. They're let's see if I can get this to come back. Yeah, so I have to doubt a bit of that story about the Egyptian stuff found in the Grand Canyon, you know. So anyways, but yeah, Crowley. Oh yeah, there's so much to cover after the fact of each of those things. By the way, Crowley, you know, my coverage of that stuff, I find it very interesting, because I think he did do that section of the let's say the mystic arts some service. He like he coagulated. He brought it all together into a modern kind of a setting, even though he still added the flim-flammery to it. And then there were others after him who took his work and made it. Oh yeah, Eric the Red would be a precursor, yeah, to that. But Crowley really gave it at least a platform that modern society ended up taking kind of more seriously than they would have. Oh yeah, Egyptian stuff in the Grand Canyon. As well as, you know, if you look at some of the stuff surrounding Blind Frog, it looks like the Aztecs brought up a very rare element. Lita Caprada! What's happening? Oh, you're good. I'm always making typos. What are you talking about? Let me see if this will let me play it this time. Ooh, it might be. Might be letting me play it on the main. Oh, man. It's really giving me a hard time today. What's going on? I'm sorry. I'm making... That voice right there is actually... I'm making fun of somebody I used to know. Used to know. Got a breaking news story for me, but it's not ready yet. Hopefully when you get out of the shower. Oh, I love breaking stories. Let's go. Hot and heavy. I mean, the story. LOL, if I could only call in, but my is not equipped. Oh, you're good. Anytime. I mean, like, you're always welcome. You can always voice change or whatever. You can type in. I don't know. I can read out. You're good. Whatever you feel comfortable with, by the way. At some point. Let's see. Why is this device doing that? Maybe it's I just need to reload it. I need to reload it. No. Maybe I need to lower the quality. Just, you know, everybody, lower my quality. Wait, no. What? Yeah, that's very strange. Super strange. It may be. Just every once in a while. Yeah. Sorry, folks. Technical spectacles always here on the show, of one nature or another, but that's what happens when you got as many things hanging out around you. Let's try a different video. Just maybe that video is giving. Here, let's see if it'll give me Tom Live or it'll. Oh yeah, it wants to do Tom Live.
And we're acting like surprised, like we don't know where they fucking learned that from. Like,
yeah, where did they have? Oh, great, we're at Ethan.
From you, Dad.
We're at Ethan on Tom. Remember we're at Meta on Meta. Let's see if it'll let me go back now. Oh, is it just blocking the video? Ooh. Maybe. Here, let's test it on the, by the way, what did you guys think of the, oh yeah, it's definitely that video. What the hell? I just want to shout out to Umami with the Neil deGrasse Tyson eating a sandwich while waiting for the airplane. Fantastic work. If you're not familiar, Umami, musical channel, but there's several things. Actually, while we're here, before I go off into... No, I'll share that for later. It'll be mental sherbet. I can play it over here, so...
place.
fine.
To look at not just the town, but to understand its true history in the place of
By the way, there is a
how
call-in.
ancient geologic forces
He likes to talk
prompted
about
the
any of
gold
this.
rush in the late 1800s. I want to explore the crumbling walls of ancient pueblos in order to understand the stories of the ancestral indigenous people who once lived there. To hold an ancient potsherd in my hand and know that it was made nearly 1,000 years ago from clay that was deposited in a sea nearly 50 million years earlier. I don't want to tell the story of America. I want to tell the land itself, about those who have occupied it, about the forces that it took to shape it, and about the myriad of people who have and do call it home. I don't just want to understand the surface of this beautiful continent. I want to take it deeper, because just beneath
Yeah, I
our
love how
feet
this
is
guy
a
approaches,
tangled
by the
web
way,
of
his
darkness.
passion for his, his art, for his science, for understanding it. He's taking the time, and he's been down in South America for a while, and he's one of these people who's been studying some of these massive megalithic structures that are, weren't supposed to exist, including some of these super highways they found down there, 20 foot wide and larger, and who needs that? Oh, enjoy your sleep. Sleep well. Rude girl, thank you for being here. I appreciate it.
Roots. Today is the first full day of this journey, and the first story that we aim to tell sits at the top of a 200-foot tall mesa behind me. It's a crumbling ruin of a city whose name has been long lost to time, and is today only known by its contemporary label, the Ruins of Guadalupe. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to join me in this journey across the American West, as we aim to uncover this land's dark roots. My friends, my name is Milo Rossi. This is Mithra, and it is my great pleasure to
Mithra,
welcome
that's
you
the name of his
to Dark
cycle.
Roots.
Badass. Oh, absolutely. Lizard Tree, his channel is, and let me look, I can look at it right here. It's Minuteman. Mini Minuteman. This is Mini Minuteman, actually. Let me see if I can pull that up over here. Hold on, give me a couple seconds for that. Change an hour, I think. Do I have the other channel on? I might. Mini Minuteman is the channel. Hold on 1 second. You know how slow I am with these things. Got 12 things going on. There he is. Hold on 1 second. I'll get it. It's easier when I do it on my phone in front of me, because then I can just like share. Hello. There we go. Oh, you found it? Beat me to it. Damn quick on the draw. Go for it. Yeah, his channel's fantastic, by the way. If you enjoy those short videos about like animals doing weird things that you didn't know they did and that kind of stuff, his is about archaeology and about human history. And sometimes it's about geology as well. It's fantastic stuff. And he's a really interesting character. He clearly knows what he's talking about. And anytime you go fact check him, he's right on the money. I mean, like, and stuff that's new. He's on the bleeding cutting edge. The bleeding edge. And he's got a badass little, like, theme song. I mean, he's got a show. That's the other thing I like about him. He's like, see, he's got, like, a team and stuff. Oh, geez, Lizard Tree, thank you for watching that. He's ready to go Discovery Channel, like, now, right?
There was a bridge here, apparently, at one point, and it probably went up to that. But it collapsed. To say that I want to do this would be wrong, because I don't. But to say that it's kind of my only option right now, absolutely. I have 1.5 liters of water, maybe 1/5 of a tank of fuel, and I'm in the middle of the fucking desert. So...
One of the things I want you to consider...
All right, well, I guess we're christening the new studio. Better make it good, Milo.
There are...
While you're watching some of this, is because we're not going to watch the whole thing. I just want to share the space and show you what it looks like in a decimated post-knowledge atmosphere. where man's regression has come about to the point where they have some of the knowledge and we don't have the written language, or we're missing some component that would make us more modern. Now, why would I mention this? I mention this because at many of the older sites, like Göbekli Tepe, we're finding that further back in the history, there's a more robust use of language and skill set when it comes to the buildings. And that after the Ice Age and the reemergence of society, there's a slow regression over several thousand years. A loss of information, a loss of the use of tools, a loss of some of our humanity. And I would say that this might be something we should be aware of, whether or not we know this to be true, but it still is something we should be concerned about. If the sun was blocked tomorrow for the next 30 years, it would affect humanity in distinctly terrible ways. Well, guess what? At one point in the Dark Ages, the sun was covered for 3 years, killing a good third of the planet. I mention these things because now we're in the age of being able to see the world around us and the local star system around us and the weather systems. We have a different insight than we did even 100 years ago, much less 200 years ago. But imagine having all of the assimilated knowledge of all this time and the ability to see maybe a little further. Anyways, let's take a look at some of the things that he found here.
Countless Pueblo ruins in the American Southwest. Many of them have been converted into national parks and national monuments and are places that thousands, if not millions, of visitors will see each year. But ever since I stumbled upon the Guadalupe ruins, they
Good
have
evening,
always stood out
Song
to me.
Wang.
Not so
Welcome
much because
back.
of the significance of them, but more the insignificance. Despite being an unbelievable archaeological site, the ruins of Guadalupe really have only earned a footnote in modern archaeology, with only one archaeological dig taking place at the site to date. And it is because of this lack of information that I decided I needed to go see these enigmatic ruins myself. And so I decided to make it the first stop on my Dark Roots motorcycle.
It's good.
which
Thank you very
seemed like
much.
a
I
great idea
appreciate
at the
it.
time,
Things are starting
until I
well. Thank you
realized
for
as I
asking.
was doing it that it was the most challenging site to reach on the entire trip.
Am I a little out of sync here? Hold on a second.
Reaching the ruins of Guadalupe is not a task for the faint of heart. Even in technology, it is a pain to get out here. Even myself, as an experienced dirt bike rider on a well-capable dirt bike, had a very hard time making it out here. The area that we're in now is crisscrossed with canyons that will eventually turn into the mesas that you see around us. There, now you can see that. How's that for a mesa?
That says death. That says
The
lack
road
of
that one
water
needs
and
to take in order
death
to get
for
here
humans.
today is completely impassable in the rain. The spalled surfaces of this mudstone becoming a thin, slippery clay. And once you get here, the path is no easier.
The path to the Guadalupe ruins is a thin trail that runs up the side of the mesa. It is, in all likelihood, the only way that the ancestral Puebloan people would have been able to reach this
Okay,
site.
so I
And to
disagree
make
with him
matters-
here, and I would actually challenge that if you're finding a pueblo at the top of a peak of some form that has eroded, then maybe you might not be seeing the current state. Drink cactus juice. True. Yeah, that whenever you have the broad horizon, that's again what I think is like, there's a slow and painful way to die and one terrible way or another. Okay. Well, I mean, if that's your only choice. Bedouins did it for thousands upon thousands of years, so there's got to be a way. Exactly. Cactus juice. I'd be tripping balls off all the things I'd be trying. I'd probably, that's what would kill me. I'd be like, let's just try the mushroom. It's fine. No, Aaron. No mushroom. Anyway. At that point, I'd just be like, eat. Just gotta pull out the, yeah, anyway. I would disagree with him, and I find it interesting that it's just taken for granted that whatever path that seems the current one is the path. And I would say that it suggests more that something has gone. That couldn't have been the original path. How would they have built the structures otherwise? There's a lot of tracking. Yeah, I don't know. I think that sometimes we find out after the fact that the thing we've been using is just a very, very worn down, incredibly worn down version of it. And then if you apply the lessons of Göbekli Tepe, you're basically looking at a structure that maybe had been used for 100,000 years or something. You can eat cactus too? Yes, indeed. The wrong ones, though, you have a special experience and then, you know, poop for 3 days and die. But, you know, I don't want to take us to somewhere we don't. Don't swallow the yagas. Yeah, that's it. Don't swallow the yagas. Anyhow. What are they talking about, Mom? Anyhow.
Even more difficult for a coast dweller like myself. We are situated at almost 8,000 feet above sea level right now. So despite the views around me not really seeming like an alpine environment, the air up here is very thin.
Look at that. That looks like, look above him. Wait, hold on a second. Let's roll that back real quickly. Did you see all the structure above him? Yeah, look at the way the plates are all set.
If we're going to understand the ruins of
that's
Guadalupe,
the
I need to take
natural
you
erosion,
way
but-
back. It's 200 million years ago, and the world is just getting over a really bad breakup. For several tens of millions of years, the entire land surface has been combined into a supercontinent that is now shattering.
At almost 8,000 feet above sea level right now. So despite the views around me not really seeming like an alpine environment, the air up here is very thin.
Here. You see all of this? See all this stuff? It looks like there was all kinds of plateau there, and obviously there's some natural rock structure that makes that up. But that is very curious that these lines are, you know, at an upward angle. That they're it looks like stairways, right? I wonder if there's something we're just completely missing from all of this. And I would highly expect that there is, because, you know, well, we didn't know about some of the structures we're looking at in the middle of the jungle until LiDAR. And one of the things that I'll point out in this video that shocked the hell out of me, that I'm like, wow, is he not going to say anything about this? Is there's some interesting hill structures behind him that, unless you're standing there, you wouldn't notice how placed they are surrounding this spot. What looks to be mountains may not be, and we've found that several times. Oh, that mountain happens to be a pyramid. What? Yeah. Maybe. We don't know, because we really don't know a whole section of our own history, so. Which is why I started it with letter. We don't know what our future or our past looks like, truly. It does look like stairs, right? Or at least a very fancy set of stairs. And there's a whole section, and he's walking on what looks to be like the eroded version of it, like it's dropped down. They lost all of that. Anyways. Caffeine's my friend.
Since Dark Roots is a deep history lesson, if we're going to understand the ruins of Guadalupe, I need to take you way back.
Also looks
it's
pretty
200 million years ago, and the world is
there,
just
right?
getting over a really bad breakup. For several tens of millions of years, the entire land surface has been combined into a supercontinent that is now shattering. As the fragments of this broken continent glide across the planet's molten core, The North American plate makes contact with the oceanic Farallon plate. As oceanic plates do, this one began to slip beneath the North American plate. So
And
as
as
this slip
plates
was happening,
do.
it exerted an immense amount of pressure onto the North American plate, crumpling the side of it like a tablecloth. In geologic terms, this is known as an orogeny and is the process by which
you
mountains
know how
are built.
those plates
This
like to get
particular
into each
orogeny,
other's
known as the Laurite
orogeny
orogeny, is what is
zones.
responsible for building the Rocky Mountains. Now, because of this immense pressure to the west that was so strong it literally built mountains, the middle of the continent began to bow downwards. This process is not all that creatively called downwarping. As the continent continued to downwarp, it eventually slipped beneath sea level, which is why at about 110 million years ago, in a period that today we call the Late Cretaceous, the entire center of the North American plate became an ocean. This downwarping hit its peak about 90 million years ago, dividing the North American continent into two isolated land masses. To the west was Laramidia with its newly formed 3,000-mile-long mountain chain, and to the east were the weathered ruins of what had once been the Central Pangea
Okay, in any
mountain
case,
range, which today we call
this
Appalachia.
is less important.
Today referred to as the western
Than this.
of more than 700 homes.
Is the remains of a civilization who once called this place home.
This is in the Southwest, by the way, in
Well, today
Arizona.
the walls that I walk amongst
New Mexico.
are silent.
There.
Nearly 1,000 years
his-
ago, they would have been bustling.
In the picture, to the left, that is either a very, very, very ancient mountain, or that peak is pretty interesting, considering that it is within perfect eye shot of this plateau. I don't know, maybe I've just
Life. The
seen
Guadalupe
things.
ruins are attributed to the Chacoan civilization.
I wonder where it is in the
Much of the Chacoan civilization was
set of
centered
star
in the San Juan
systems or
Basin,
whatever.
a section of the heavily weathered remains of the western
However, the
interior
plateau
seaway
is situated.
at a high point in the Colorado Plateau. The Chacoan people are a group of ancestral Puebloans. This is a blanket term given to several different pre-Columbian indigenous
Oh, yeah, you might know
civilizations
these
in
people
the
as
American
another name.
Southwest. Another one that you may be familiar with, which I will touch on later, are the Mesa Verde people. The ancestral Puebloans arose
Oh,
around
don't use that
11,000
one.
BCE
You know-
around
you
the
know it.
Colorado Plateau, and their groups
People used to
morphed,
call
blended,
them-
and
the interpretation was the enemies, but it's it starts with an A. He says it here.
changed up until around 1300 CE when they dispersed. The Chacoan civilization would truly arise around 800 CE, in what is referred to as the Pueblo I period, and they occupied a massive area. In the north, their land stretched all the way to a wooded mountain range, which today has been given the name the San Juan Mountains, and to their east, they
Anasazi,
were bordered
the
by the mighty
Anasazi.
Rio Grande River, with lands stretching west across the Colorado Plateau. Like many of the technologically advanced groups of the American Southwest, the Chacoans were unbelievable builders.
That actually
They
turns out to be a
constructed
real
more than
crappy
20
name to
great
name a
houses
people, because
across
that means
their
the
lands.
enemies.
Enormous circular buildings that could stand upwards of 3 stories. While the great houses do bear a visual similarity to the kiva, a spiritual structure which I will talk about later, it is still debated by historians what the true purpose of the great house was. One of the most famous of these is the great house found at Chimney Rock, a Chacoan great house built in 1080.
So, one of the things I want to point out is that when you look at the bricks in these structures, you are seeing brick. Not too different alongside whatever mortar they figured out how to use to stick the brick together, like we build today. I mean, obviously it's not as precision, but some of it is. If not, you'd have to wonder if not more because they're doing it by eye or something. Now, I don't suggest any metaphysics or anything, but I do suggest a higher capability to produce a circle, a perfect circle, out of squares and rectangles. If you've ever tried that, you know how challenging that really is. They at least had to understand circumference to build that. That takes a certain set of math, certain understanding. It's not just drawing on the ground. And then to keep it level, there's a whole series of fundamental pieces of science that one has to understand. Yes, Pueblo and Hopi are their descendants, and
4 CE
Yeah,
and
they've
surrounded by
changed the name
a
around
village
based
that
off
could have
of,
housed upwards of 2,000 individuals.
know,
But the most
modern
well-known part of Chacoan
understanding of
civilization is
of
Chaco Canyon, a location that could kind of be viewed as the capital of the Chacoan Empire, and the site after which the group has been named. Like many indigenous groups that no longer have a representing community, we don't know what they called themselves. We have no idea what Chaco Canyon was really called. We don't know what they
Anasazi?
referred to themselves as,
Oh.
and we have no idea what the true name of the Guadalupe ruins actually was. Chaco Canyon consists of multiple settlements.
I'm sorry, before
in a
he goes
10-mile
on
swath
onto that,
of canyon
check
floor.
that out.
They vary in size quite a bit, but the population density is greater than in any other part of the community we don't foresee. Circular buildings that could stand upwards of 3 stories. While the great houses do bear a visual similarity to the kiva, a spiritual structure which I will talk about later, it is still debated by historians what the true purpose of the Great House was. One of the most famous of these is the Great House found at
That's
Chimney
a buried
Rock,
perfect
a Chacoan
circle. Look at
Great
the
House
other one,
built
the
in
double
1084
level of
CE
that.
and surrounded by a village that could have housed upwards of 2,000 individuals. But the most well-known part of
temples
Chacoan
in Mexico
civilization is Chaco
don't look that
Canyon,
good.
a location that could kind of be viewed as the capital
New
of
Mexico.
the Chacoan Empire, and the site after which the group has been named. Like many indigenous groups that no longer have a representing community, we don't know what they called themselves. We have no idea what Chaco Canyon was really called. We don't know what they referred to themselves as.
See that?
We have no idea
The way
what
they
true
lay on
name
one another, I
of the
mean, it looks
Guadalupe
random, but
ruins
that's
actually
intense
was.
amounts
Chaco
of, like,
Canyon
finding
consists
the
of
right
multiple
piece of slate,
settlements
and they're
in
huge.
a 10-mile swath of canyon
And
floor.
look at
They
the-
vary in
look
size
at
quite a bit, but the population
difference.
density is greater than in any other part of the Chacoan world, with the densest part of Chaco Canyon being Pueblo Bonita, a D-shaped settlement consisting of more than 700 homes, making it one of the well-known part of Chaco River, with land stretching west across the Colorado Plateau. Later, Chaco Canyon consists of multiple settlements in a 10-mile swath of canyon floor. They vary in size quite a bit, but the population density is greater than in any other part of the Chacoan world, with the densest part of Chaco Canyon being Pueblo Bonita.
Sorry, my normal device doesn't do this to me like this. Look at how the circles are perfect. There's so much sacred geometry going on here. The history. Yeah, we don't know really what drove them away. I mean, like, it seems to be time does this. Now, obviously, the outside is imperfect. But look at the way that the circles are situated. This looks like a star map. This doesn't look like it's random. It looks like there's lines coming out of them. It looks like there's so much to it. Look at how perfect the boxes on the outside are, as opposed to some of the other sections. Is that meant to have been that way? Or is it accidental? I mean, we don't know. We've lost the information. But, you know, when I turn my head to the side, I do realize something. We're looking at a human head with a headdress on. The earring. My goodness. There's a lot to this. There's a nose. I don't know if you're seeing this. Maybe it's pareidolia, but... Hold on. Let me see if I can... It's not going to let me spin this. But boy, there's not... Dang, that really does look like a human head with a headdress on. Huh. Wonder how many people have thought that.
Densest part of Chaco Canyon being Pueblo Bonita, a D-shaped settlement consisting of more than 700 homes, making it one of the largest pre-Columbian settlements in the American Southwest.
However, the Chaco culture did not remain confined to Chaco Canyon, as archaeologists have found evidence of the of Chacoan in the surrounding landscape, and it is in just one of these outliers that we sit today.
While the fairly small area of Chaco Canyon undoubtedly made up the heart of the Chacoan Empire,
I'm
their
sorry, that's the
lands
thing that
reached
gets me.
Canyon, as
So,
archaeologists have found evidence of a
One of the things you should know is very, very old mountains have peaks. So some do. And there's a lot of erosion, there's a lot of explanation of the Younger Dryas wiping out and making a lot of these caverns, and several different motions of the Ice Age, multiple ice ages. But one of the things I want to point out is, there's this chicken and the egg kind of scenario in some of the situations we found around the world where people always just thought it was peaks or large mountains. And though there'd be stories that, some great men built those mountains or some giant god or something happened over there. Now here we don't have that really, not really. But there are stories of the giants, like the Nephilim. And there are the story of the giants in the Southwest from the Hopi. And they get that from the Pueblo. And one of the things I want to point out to you is the oddity of the shapes of these mountains surrounding this. Now, look, I am more than sure that this is most likely Occam's razor. This is going to be geological patterns happening. Natural erosion. But we also know that we have found pyramids and large ziggurat structures hiding right in plain sight when we thought they were actually mountains. In fact, if you didn't know it, when the pyramids were rediscovered, they were almost completely covered in sand. Think about that. You couldn't see them. They had to be uncovered, though there was rumors they existed. So watch carefully if you would.
Of Chacoan outliers in the surrounding landscape, and it is in just one of these outliers that we sit today.
Here it comes. This is the spin that made me go, what?
While the fairly small area of Chaco
Two,
Canyon undoubtedly made up
three.
the heart of the Chacoan Empire, their lands
odd
reached
structure
much
looking
farther. One of the most ingenious
mountains
developments
right
of the
in
Chacoan
frame.
civilization was
Pretty
its
weird.
creation of outliers, small towns and villages which were
well-
scattered all across their land.
There has always been a lore of giant humanoids all over the planet, honestly. Including the Sasquatch stories and Bigfoot, but there is also tales of giants, whether it be trolls in Norway or, actual giants and their bones being found buried under the mounds in the east, the northeast mounds. I don't know if you know about this, or the Snake Mound. There's all sorts of interesting finds that seem to be kind of buried under history's hand. Not to mention that modern historians have been ridiculed for looking at the information or requesting it from places like the Smithsonian, who apparently have some of these things, although they deny it. In the history books, when you go back and looking at the time period or in the newsprint, they're the ones who keep collecting all the big bodies. That and they're sacred sites, so we can't get to them. But there's lots of talk of larger than usual people living alongside the natives until a certain time before the 20th century even. Proto-human, part of a dimension next to us. Something out of lore or misunderstood tall people. Who's to say? Till we see the bones, we don't know.
These satellite communities are one of the things that gave the Chacoan Empire so much strength. They acted not only as dwellings for people within their civilization, but also as strategic outposts.
So the
creating
point
trade
that I'm
outposts
trying to
and
make
networks
about
for not
this
only
is
natural
that
resources, but manufactured
recognize
and grown resources. The complexity of this system is very this day. With Chaco Canyon being located in a dry
recognize
Colorado plateau
the
wash,
technology
they didn't have a lot of wood available. And yet Chaco Canyon alone
and the
has more than
capability to dig
200,000
in.
beams made of both pinyon and ponderosa pine. And this resource is all thanks to the Chacoan outliers in what we today call the San Juan Mountains. And yes, you do understand
And we
that correctly.
recognize that a lot of this technology to burrow in and protect ourselves, well, it goes way back. Apparently there's a place in Turkey where it used to be just lore that 20,000 people bury themselves down underneath the ground and save themselves and live down there for hundreds of years. And turns out, somewhere off of the mythic space that used to be considered Nimrod, well, there it is. Deep enough to protect people from an ice age. And apparently it did. So what's really buried? What's there? Why is it there? How did the people get the information to do the things they did? We can't know unless we find something written down. And sometimes there's even languages we find that are left over, like on Easter Island, that we'll never decipher because there's no Rosetta Stone to it. We're lucky that we have that we had an understanding of modern Greek to understand old Greek so that we could decipher Phoenician and Aramaic, or was it Sumerian and Aramaic? Otherwise, we wouldn't understand cuneiform. It was luck. Absolute luck. Just like how now it's pretty much considered that the writings in the Voynich manuscript are a colloquial and rare made-up language to encode some other information. And it coincides with medicine of the 15th century, which is when its paper's been dated to, and the ink. Which I find interesting, but we can go to the Voynich later. What I'm going to share with you now, to point out that things change on scales that we can never really perceive, is about information regarding the universal scale. Is important to, well, perceive oneself in that scale, right? And the new information is not just about universal inflation, but rather the idea that things rubber band, not through a black hole, but rather by small amounts of compression and wave. That we shrink a little and we grow a little, and we grow a little and we shrink a little. On the meta scale. And there's still argument as to whether or not this is why we don't have a consistency in the universal math. That there isn't one scale of consideration for all gravitational forces and all light, although all photons will be left at the end. Which correlates to everything we know about the concept of the absolute, right? All photons left at the end for the information to be carried into an all being transferring that information right on back. Now that would, I'm saying this because it still allows, the holographic reality is still allowed in this concept. And either it's that, or it's a multitude of permutation of that. So I'm still not seeing a contradiction to this idea that the gateway process, puts forward. It's pretty interesting.
Published a paper that shook the foundations of what
this
we
is
know about
from
the
Beyond
universe.
Ideas channel, by
They
the way.
observed distant galaxies with the James Webb Space Telescope and
I got to go back to my
something
normal
surprising.
playback because this one lets me. I don't know
The
what's
common
going on with
understanding
that.
was that the universe underwent rapid
This
expansion
iPad is
before
shadow
cooling down.
banned.
Then, the first stars and galaxies started to form during a time we call the Dark Ages.
Hopi or Navajo
But here's
origin
where
story
scientists
is
started
the
scratching their heads.
is that they came out of the ground.
These ancient galaxies looked as developed as our own Milky Way. It's even much more mature than astronomers anticipated, which could only mean one thing: that they must have
mom?
existed
Well, I
way
mean,
before our
no.
galaxy. Now, why is that a big deal? Apparently,
By
this
the way,
finding of ancient
Great channel. I don't know if he's like a student. And great freeze frame of him. Badass. It's called Beyond Ideas. Everything he does, I enjoy. It's interesting and not completely
is going
hoo-ha.
to challenge our understanding of how the universe began.
There is a Big Bang, but the Big Bang was not the beginning. People tend to think that if you have a model in which it keeps on going in some sense, and your Big Bang is not the beginning.
And don't forget, he's both old and British, so you can just believe every word he's saying. All right, good. Now we got that clear.
Back.
So, a fundamental question arises.
Base.
Is it time to reconsider what we think we know about the Big Bang
It
and
is.
the origin of time?
Yes. About time. About time they can reconsider time.
Before the early
If it's
1900s,
time.
most scientists thought the universe was static and unchanging. It means no expansion, no contraction, or any other changes taking place. But all that changed about a century ago. Astronomer Vesto Slipher noticed some nebulae were moving away.
Good old Vesto.
He first thought it was because of our galaxy's motion. But more observations from the Lowell Observatory
That
in
was a
Arizona
party right there.
didn't support this idea.
This guy's
That's
bored
when
as
Edwin
hell.
Hubble stepped in. He showed a clear pattern.
Good old
that the
Edwin
further
Hubble.
away a nebula was, the faster it moved away from us. And what's more interesting is that these discoveries
I just
matched
want to
what
be in here
general
with my
relativity
telescope.
predicted,
What was that?
space-time could stretch or shrink.
By the way, fascinating image. That's the
And
real
so, if we
like,
trace
scope
back
of the
universe's
universe right
expansion
there.
using Einstein's equations, we land on the idea that all space, mass, and energy were once squeezed into a tiny point, a singularity.
This is via, by the way, Einstein's theory, using relativity and the singularity theory, as well as universal, or his concept of universal consistency, where there is a relatively consistent value to everything, right? We know a little differently now, and quantum physics does throw a lot of his concepts off. Sometimes. Depends on where you are. It's localized, is what it comes, and so there's universal theory is kind of thrown off now. Oh no, Fuzzy is like, pow, pow, right? Yeah, I'm terrible at it. I'm totally terrible at it. I admit that.
Often hear that the universe began with this singularity, followed by the explosive Big Bang.
Fuzzy Bee!
If we think about it, the scale
What's
of the universe is
happening? This is
mind-boggling, and the events just before the Big Bang are still a mystery.
Thank you. You don't have to jump in and just immediately do that. It would be beyond ideas. The universe existed before the Big Bang.
Or time before the singularity. In order to understand how the rewinding time went back billions
It's
of
called
years ago,
Be On
let's
Time,
consider
like
this
spelled like
scenario.
you, like B. Actually, you'd enjoy this
Think about
channel.
a
It's
universe
called
like the
Be
surface of any
On
balloon.
Time.
Here we have to introduce the concept of scale factor. The scale factor is like a ruler to measure the balloon's size. Right now, our universe is blown up to a certain size, which we call one scale factor. But some time ago, this balloon was only half as big. Now, two dots will be drawn on this balloon, so if we blow it up, the dots move farther apart. And
You
that's
rule,
the
Fuzzy
expansion
Bee.
we
Thank
make.
you.
So in some future moments, the scale factor for this balloon will be larger than 1. Now think about letting the air out of the balloon slowly. As you do, everything on the surface comes closer together. If you could completely deflate the balloon, you'd have a tiny, flat piece of rubber. This is a bit like the singularity, when the whole universe was very close together.
Universal
Extremely hot
deflation
and
in
super
that
dense.
situation, or universal inflation and the slow growth in the opposite direction. By the way, what you just saw there was the universal map. Because what we're seeing there is the photon, light, the precursor vibration of matter coming into being in all those places, showing up as the stars and reflecting basically back off of the dust or the planetary systems. And it's very interesting because it creates this, field of flow that looks like a webbing or an electrical pattern, lightning. So that's always fascinating because what is it really reflecting off of? And thank you for coming in, Fuzzy Bee. I bet you my stuff is, of course they've got me like super shadow band, super band, super shadow band. Yeah, they do. They're gonna make this time around as hard as possible to get monetized and shit. they're like, you had it, you lost it at 62. Should just kept uploading nonsense, no apparent reason. I don't know why I didn't. I think it's because I just wasn't just wasn't in vibe at that moment for that. I was doing too many other things that just had nothing to do with that. Anyways, and getting paid to edit, so that's when I edit it, generally. So that helps too. Yeah, she was just saying you spoil us. By the way, Fuzzy Bee. Pew pew pew. However, yeah.
Come to a moment 14 billion years ago when the temperature and density.
And by the way, let me,
just when you
Flezzy
feel
B,
you
since you
grasp
just
this
came in, I want to
notion.
play something back for you that you missed that's important at the beginning of the show. I don't want to scare anybody, but so I found something in amongst on a very reliable channel who covers some of these topics pretty darn well. I'm going to share this one more time, and just so people don't miss the premise of it as people come around here. We'll get back to this. I'm talking about the unknown plans. I'm talking about the unknown future and past. Those things that are buried around us that we don't really expect are. And I found this on this channel, and I've heard about this. I'd never heard it. I never read it myself. But I know that it supposedly sat in the library for a good long while before it was hustled away somewhere. This is called the Albert Pike Prediction Letter. And Albert Pike was a 33rd level Mason.
Pike.
The First World War must be brought about in order to permit the Illuminati to overthrow the power of the Tsars in Russia and of making that country a fortress of atheistic communism. The divergences caused by the agentur, agents of the Illuminati between the British and Germanic empires, will be used to foment this war. At the end of the war, communism will be built and used in order to destroy the other governments and in order to weaken the religions. The Second World War must be fomented by taking advantage of the differences between the fascists and the political Zionists. This war must be brought about so that Nazism is destroyed and that political Zionism is strong enough to institute a sovereign state of Israel in Palestine.
So you get the idea. It's basically set up one thing to create a destruction of the other, and then once that's destroyed, that thing that we just created, we're going to destroy it again. Yeah, the great fear caused by an outside party because of their presumed knowledge of the past or future, being ahead of the game, or having an inside card, an ace that none of the rest of us have. In this case,
war, international communism must become strong enough in order to balance Christendom, which would be then restrained and held in check until the time when we would need it for the final social cataclysm.
and notice he says need it.
The Third World War must be fomented by taking advantage of the differences caused by the agentur of the Illuminati between the political Zionists.
So do you see how he keeps using the term agentur of the Illuminatis? He's talking about it. Yes. What he's actually talking about there is using the concept of the Illuminati as agent of chaos to help divide people into the concepts away from some kind of faith in each other. Disenfranchisement. And how do you do that? Each time you create a great idealized battle that always had a good perceived from evil, that both sides will see of themselves the good and see the other as the evil. And I would even add in the old statement, when there's blood in the streets, the real estate is cheap. It's something these folks probably came up with.
And the leaders of the Islamic world. The war must be conducted in such a way that Islam, the Muslim Arabic world, and political Zionism, the State of Israel, mutually destroy each other. Meanwhile, the other nations, once more divided on this issue, will be constrained to fight to the point of complete physical, moral, spiritual, and economical exhaustion.
Divide and conquer where there is no winner. Yes, Lizard Tree, where no one wins. The only winners are those perpetrating the disenfranchisement, sending each of us into our own self-perpetrated mental prison. Send in the clowns, send in those who don't care anymore. Send in those who would confuse the situation. That's how you feel about government, Fuzzy B says. Titles such as Democrats and Republicans. You think it's there to keep us at odds and competition instead of united? I agree that there's definitely a component of that, well-meaning to begin with, but utilized even by our ideological enemies against us now. There is a whole set of meme mills and AI perpetrating that now, where it used to be humans. And it's refined. So yeah, I'd say it's even more important to be aware that that's happening. That's something that is real now, that we can be faked out and have our own ideas used against us. Separate us from ourselves despite the fact that we are all trying to seek better tomorrow. Look, all we have to do is look at the top of the heap of who is consuming all of the revenue. And even that, Lizard Tree, I would challenge you to say that even that is a pratfall, because then you have to vote for a party that is likely not to have a chance in our system. The whole thing is set up to have us be caught in a leveraged disenfranchisement. Win if you lose, lose if you win. Why? Well, he says it here.
Unleash the nihilists and the atheists, and we shall provoke a formidable social cataclysm which in all its horror will show clearly to the nations the effect of absolute atheism, origin of savagery, and of the most bloody turmoil. Then everywhere, the citizens, obliged to defend themselves against the world minority of revolutionaries, will exterminate those destroyers of civilization, and the multitude, disillusioned with Christianity, whose deistic spirits will from that moment be without compass or direction, anxious for an ideal, but without knowing where to render its adoration, will receive the true light through the universal manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer, brought finally out in the public view. This manifestation will result from the general reactionary movement, which will follow the destruction of Christianity and atheism, both conquered and exterminated at the same time.
Both. Conquering and destruction of atheism and Christianity, all belief, all faith. Disenfranchisement from the ground we walk on, because we should not trust each other from the get-go. And if you were to say, oh, Aaron, that's just hyperbole, that's just such rhetoric. Mystery Sky, what's happening? It's your birthday tomorrow. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Where the hell is it? God dang. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mystery Sky. Happy birthday to you and many more. Hey. Here every day of the week, except Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Possibly Monday and Tuesday. Hey. Mostly Wednesday. Anyways, hope you're doing well. Happy birthday to you. Hope it's a good one. Get rid of the Electoral College. You know, that is a distinct help. It is not a check and balance any longer, so. Or adjust it so that it would be a more proper check and balance. We can see where there's a flaw massively in it, but, you know. That's just one system. So the real question is, how do we get used so that some can survive what they see as an inevitable cataclysm? Because that's what I really believe this is about. Even Malcolm X compared them to foxes and wolves, both predators, but of cunning enough to smile to get closer to you. Yes. Just cunning enough to get close in enough to eat you when it's cold. And that's the whole thing. Someone's trying to sell you something that is absolute. That is, in one way or another, pitting you against other people. In one way or another, creating an us and them. You know it's all bullshit at some point. Oh, my pleasure, Mystery Sky. I hope it's an awesome birthday. Good day to remind us that we're here for some kind of reason, to experience something. There's always some kind of reason. Whether it be our talent, our personality, or maybe it's just that moment that somebody else needs it. The way it all unfolds just suggests that there's more to that story. Where were we? Let me go back to...
published a paper that shook
There
the
we go.
foundation. We might need to rethink this whole Big Bang singularity concept, since it will probably reshape our understanding of cosmic inflation and the beginning of the universe. So, what truly unfolded at the start? It turns out that the peculiar nature of the Big Bang singularity suggests it might not be the whole picture. Mathematical singularities in a physical concept usually raise some eyebrows. They often mean the theory has gaps or has been pushed to its limits. And that's where we stand now.
As an organizer, an orator, a philosopher, and as someone who grew quickly right in front of the public's eyes, Malcolm X would have been a senator at this point. I would say. I'd say he would have risen to power in a way that most people wouldn't have expected, because he wasn't just a preacher. He really had grassroots political movements around him, and he inspired so many. Yeah, if he hadn't have been assassinated, I would have gathered we would have seen him in politics.
We've rewound the universe using general relativity, but this theory isn't all-encompassing. At the extreme densities and temperatures of the Big Bang singularity, general relativity clashes with quantum mechanics.
That's what I was talking about. Where? Oh,
Scientifically,
there it is.
that there was a beginning to space and time. In fact, we've been exploring the idea that when you actually replace Einstein's theory with an improved theory of gravity, that you'll find that the Big Bang was not the beginning, that there existed space and time beforehand, and in fact, the key events that created the large-scale structure of the universe and even all the galaxies and stars, all those events actually occurred before the Bang. And we only exist here because of those events.
Sir Roger Penrose provided us with a new framework of thinking. He asked us to imagine what or who's in this universe eventually, if we fast-forward time to infinity.
Who's in this universe eventually? Not us. The black holes will all have evaporated away by Hawking evaporation. They've swallowed galactic clusters. What's left in the universe? Pretty well photons. That the photons reach infinity without realizing anything funny has happened, if you put it like that. Infinity in this conformal picture is just like anywhere else.
So let's imagine that matter in the whole universe will eventually be dominated by photons. As you might have realized from relativity, the trouble with photons is that they don't feel the passage of time. Why, you might ask? Let's break it down. Think of space-time like a grid in the fabric of cosmos.
Okay, if this
We
gets
can
to be
measure-
too much, just let me know and I can explain some of this. Just understand that when they talk about photons, they're talking about light. They're talking about the actual essential waveform of light. So waveforms of light are traveling faster than the rate of what we would consider time, because we base time off of light. They don't perceive, time is not perceived by light because it is faster than it. It is faster than the actual makeup of the physical reality or matter around it. The interference patterns that make up physical reality do not form except for the reflection of those photons making up the matter. i.e., without light, to hesitate and reflect, there is no matter. So light doesn't know time exists.
Separation on this grid using the space-time interval equation. Here, the term tau is the time we feel, and the term ds squared is a variable to measure the space-time gap, or separation. For us who are stationary, our movement on this grid is all about time and not really about space. I mean, we're still traveling through time. So the
So you guys
equation
get
now
that? There's going to be a
becomes
test
this.
later that was
It
ds
tells us that the
squared equals
separation the
minus
object
cdt
travels in
squared.
this
You
combined
got that?
space-time world is just based on time.
Fuzzy. Yeah, no,
This
what-
time
what-
distance relates to the speed of light and a special kind of time interval. Now, if we had something that could teleport, let's say in the x direction, its motion would be all about space. So we're left with this equation, which means two events in the space-time grid that happen at the same time, but at different positions in space. But photons are truly unique. They travel along a specific path.
So, what he was actually saying there is that if you were to utilize the way matter works to measure space, or the way photons work between them, you would have to measure it based off of what two particles that are similar weight and distribution are doing across two different planes in two different spaces. And we've come to find out that when you wiggle one here, the one that matches it over there, well, it interacts as if it's the same one, meaning neutrino or neutron. It's interesting stuff, and it's what Einstein called spooky math of the distance,
known as null geodesics, a route taken by anything moving at the speed of light. What's fascinating is that photons move in
Genevieve,
such a
what's
manner that
happening?
they
Good
don't
evening.
experience
Good to
time
see
or
you.
space.
Welcome back.
They're instantaneous. This is why their space-time interval becomes d squared equals to 0. So imagine this. You turn on a flashlight briefly and then turn it off. The instant the light shoots out is event A, and the moment it reaches a certain point away from the flashlight is event B. The space-time separation between these two moments is ds squared equals 0.
So
That's
there
because
is
the
none.
photon moves from A to B simultaneously cruising through both time and space, in a way that they offset each other. This unique way of moving means that photons lack a rest frame. They don't possess a personal clock as the rest of us do, so they never feel time passing by. This special behavior matches up with a fundamental idea in physics, that no matter where you are or how you're moving, light always moves at a consistent speed. If photons had a stationary reference point, it would appear as if light isn't moving from their view. This very fact contradicts our understanding of the speed of light. Also, the equations governing light are the wonderful equations due to James Clerk Maxwell, aka the Maxwell equations.
And
These
don't
have-
forget the even more important of Buckaroo Banzai, which is wherever you go, there you are. Hey. Come on. Right, I love the way he sums it up. Yeah, after he tells you the like incredibly complex math that I definitely will be testing you later on. For sure. Absolutely. That's base. That's what we're doing at the end of this.
A very interesting property. It lies in the fact that the equation couldn't tell big from small. The vastness of the universe, or the smallest quantum particles,
Oh yeah,
are all
the
the same.
equation makes no differential between a larger set of value and a smaller set of value at its end scope, because the end result is always 0 based off of how it measures out. And obviously, unless you are working with theoretical physics, this is going to make no sense whatsoever, as well as it's not making a lot. I mean, I've learned to read some of this stuff, but the whole is that pi squared to I don't even know what that dot is. I don't know what that dot is, and this is another. That's Chinese.
If we use
Thank
these
you, Felicity.
equations.
Yeah, see,
For instance, if
Wherever
you
you
have
go,
a system in which you've got
there
some
you are.
electromagnetic field, and you could stretch this system to bigger or smaller, it wouldn't notice the difference. This phenomenon is called conformally invariant.
If you don't mind stretching or squashing, then you could step outside this universe to another side to it. So I want you to imagine the same thing here, that you've got the Big Bang, which is somehow stretched out to be a one-time surface, but you could go before it. This mathematical trick, if you phrase condition on your universe in this way, you say you could extend to before, then that is a way of characterizing the initial state of the universe.
As Penrose explained, if we put the concept of an infinite universe in this conformal picture, every conceivable space is just like anywhere else for massless object, because essentially, it's only mass that knows the difference.
So, what they're saying there is that if there was a time before quote-unquote Big Bang, it is still accessible via photons. It is still there, existing before our current state of visual time. Meaning as far back as we can see it to the quote-unquote singularity that we believe is going on. So it would be, in other words, a constriction of value, a constriction of space down to a Planck. Well, Planck would have been correct then. The singularity is an amassing of matter in a distinctly dense, or as its densest source. But after or past that, it would funnel back out as not as a black hole or as a phasar, but rather as the bowing of dark matter holds us in some kind of oval shape, or, constricts us at some point. No matter what equation you create, the result or solution is zero. Then it doesn't matter. It's the calculations of, mass. Got it. Oh, yeah, it's... One of the weirdest things about it is that although mass may be constricted at the point of the Planck singularity, the photons don't recognize it as the singularity because they are outside of that. They are the reverberant, essentially, of that mass occurring. And then photons have no relation to it beyond its reflection or reflecting it. Oh, yeah, great. By the way, thank you for doing that. Thank you. I do need to hand out stars one of these days.
So
True.
Although massless things might perceive all
Facts.
spaces the same, they lack the ability to mark time.
I'll be
This is
calling
when
your
Einstein's
parents next
theory
week
helps us
about
track
the
when the
UTA
universe
meeting.
started. Einstein
Sorry,
told
the
us that
U2
energy and mass are
YTA
basically two
meeting.
sides of the same coin. But another important equation came from Max Planck,
Oh,
who
there he
said
is.
that energy and frequency are linked. E equals hf.
Fact.
If we put these two equations together,
looks
we
very
realize that mass and
nonplussed
frequency
by that,
are
by the way.
connected. This means anything with mass, like a rock or an apple, has its own beat or rhythm. And so without mass, we wouldn't have a clock or time. In the end, Penrose's argument eventually leads us to this: that the very remote future is indistinguishable from a Big Bang. When the universe has become basically empty except for photons, it would be as though it had transitioned into a new Big Bang phase. Our universe's future could become another universe's beginning.
So, in some way, the inflation concept becomes more true, because then it is the complete inflation out to the point of vacuum, or complete vacuum. So the only thing left is the photon. That way, anything past that point can only see that extrapolative of the vacuum and singularity that remains via those photons. Interesting. That is absolutely fascinating on that level. And it becomes, as it's describing over and over again, funnel to funnel, a tube, and the photons just see a tube. They don't recognize the funnels.
This concept, often referred to as conformal cyclic cosmology, challenges conventional ideas about the beginning and end
That
of our
makes
universe.
a lot more sense.
If you're thinking about a cyclic model, it was conceptually wrong in the first place. It's conceptually wrong because the picture focus has you turn your focus to the scale factor. And what I want to argue is that you really want to have your focus on the Hubble radius. Because if you talk about what makes a universe cyclic, what you mean is that from cycle to cycle, the universe should look the same.
If we're looking at the model, the Hubble parameter shows how quickly the universe expands.
We do. I'll bring that around.
Initially,
Lizard,
the
yes.
universe was a super tiny ball, just 10 to the minus 25 centimeters.
Think about that for a second. The entire universe as we know it, at some point, when it was its Planck model, before it expanded outward, they have assumed by measurement or looking back in time to believe that at some point it was 10 to the minus 25 centimeters. It's a micron. It's less than a micron. It's like less than a micron. It's like tiny. That would be a Planck singularity. It's hilarious. Even that on the screen is bigger if it's on your phone.
And this ball
Like
bouncing
by
very
10
high,
million
powered by
times.
a whopping energy of 10 to the 15th
frightening.
GeV. As it
Lot of
rises, the
energy.
speed eventually slows down,
Lot of potential
and so does
energy.
the universe's expansion. When it descends, the Hubble parameter drops back, and the universe shrinks back to 10 to the minus 25 centimeters. But just
By
like
the way,
throwing
anybody
a ball into a
watching
trampoline,
about the
moment
gateway process, what did that remind you of? You know, where the null point is on either side is where you escape out to the absolute.
Before the
at
ball
at
lands,
level 21,
there's going to be
at
a
15.
push.
Sorry, I focused 15.
This
and
is our
21,
universe's dark energy, and in our case,
Why
it
is he
causes
aiming
a
together?
contraction. The nudge from the dark energy makes the universe keeps expanding, again and
producers
again,
join
in a
me.
continuous cycle. This phenomenon mirrors the conformal cosmic cosmology model, which says that the universe keeps expanding and contracting in a cycle.
And more generally, what we're trying to do is make a theory which is complete and tight, where the past, the present, the future are all interlocked.
To get a feel for this, you have to think about the seemingly simple concept of now. In our
Seemingly
day-to-day
simple.
lives, we experience time as a continuous flow.
By the way, what they're about to talk about may hurt some people's brains. Please put your tinfoil hats on and protect your right and left lobe at all costs. And for those of you who might be in the Twitch poll world, you might just log off right now because this is all going to be just too hard to understand. I'm sorry.
But it can also be useful to think of time as a sequence of moments or snapshots.
No, just log off.
Everything that happens can be thought of as the unfolding of moment after moment and after moment. Now picture these moments lined up. Every earthly moment and every event in the entire universe. This would capture every occurrence that has ever happened or will ever happen. Every place in space and each point in time, from the start of our Big Bang to star formations in the Milky Way, to the birth of planet Earth about 4.5 billion years ago, and even to big events this summer.
That's an excellent question, actually, because there is no loss. So the reflections are only there if the mass is still in motion. Meaning that once that mass has either fallen back and stopped or gone to static. So yeah. And then there is vacuum after that. So it's not so much as that the matter creates the vacuum. It's the lack of matter. And yeah, so it would be the latent reflection that then creates the vacuum. So that by interruption, I'm not sure what you mean by that. If you mean by like cataclysmic interaction between two systems or something like that, I think that is a gravitational force issue as opposed to a photonic issue. Does that mean that the energy is returned? I think we've all perceived fluctuations in time, and yeah, I don't know if we're really meant to perceive them all completely, so we correct with it. Because once again, if all is true about this, that means that we are we're imagining ourselves as a meat sack imagining ourselves. So that, you know, one of the things that they talk about in the gateway experience is that when you get to a certain level, I think it's 10 or 11, you start to have to work on denying the impermeable reality, meaning the matrix of it all. And that some people just can't go with it. They can't let it go. They can't let the matrix go. And that's that whole red pill, blue pill bullshit. But I mean, like in the real, like within yourself to say, okay, can you disconnect from what is perceived reality and notify yourself that there is more to it, that the depths of dimension to it all is much further than this, that even, you know, the particle physics that we're learning about and the cosmology that we're learning about tell us that there is. Now, does it go back to reality? There is never any loss of energy, so any mass would still be there. Now, where is this all permeating from? This becomes the question about the absolute. Where does then the mass come from? That's my question. That is where then, if the mass is left behind and you just keep moving, where does this come from? How does this recycle? Does it recycle? Where does it recycle? Is it just in the black holes?
All these events, happening simultaneously but in different places, define our sense of now. You can picture them on a single slice of space-time.
now.
Let's
My
call it a
now
now
is like
slice.
whatever.
We'd like to think we all agree on what's happening
Can I
right
get a
now,
latte?
moment by moment. But Einstein showed that strangely, when you take motion into account, this common sense picture of time goes out the window.
Einstein
If you think the region of space-time from this cyclic
unpleasured
cosmology
life.
model, we realize that there are different ways to cut this region to represent the individual now slices. And from special relativity, we know that someone who is moving will have a different conception of what's happening right now. And so the way they'll intersect this region of space-time.
By the way, time is also a Doppler issue. They'll write it in kind of fancier math, and I believe that Schoenborn is the one who talks about that stuff. But like the Doppler effect, time is related to where you stand in multidimensional space. And depending upon how far away from an object you are,
Will be at a different angle. It won't be parallel to our version of slices.
we are microscopic organisms.
Picture an
We are.
entity in a-
Whenever I talk about it, I always talk about us being like the Who's in Whoville. And you know, tiny blue dot. I've shared that a bunch of times because it's so true. We're just this little blue dot we're a dust speck that happened in one picture to get caught in a stray sunbeam. We literally look like just like a little boop. Might as well need Horton to pick us up on a dandelion because we're so tiny in the dark little corner of the galaxy, right at the edge, hidden by the Kuiper Belt and a bunch of radioactive vortices and things that would hide us, just like we can't see what's on the surface of Venus. Not easily. We had to crash an object to see, and when we did, it was totally opposite of what we thought it was, or what it was going to be. It was amazing. Look at the footage of us crashing onto Titan, and or is it Titan, or it's on Venus and Titan, I believe. Anyway.
Galaxy 10 billion light years from Earth. And way over here, we have a person reading a newspaper. If the two are sitting still, their clocks tick off time at the same rate, and so they slice the same now sheet. But now see what happens when this entity moves away from Earth. The entity's now slice cuts through the region differently. It means that the entity's present moment on Earth skips back a millennium, to times when Vikings sailed the seas, or when the Great Pyramid of Giza was built.
So yeah, if somebody is in a exact similar plane from somebody on Earth, let's say across the galaxy, all it takes is a step off to the right, and now you're 100 years back or forward because of the distance and the angle. And that matters in space as well. When you're basically getting one object that's moving to hit another object that's moving at thousands upon thousands of miles per second. Time and space become relative to approach. And your mass is how you figure out the curve of what is going to carry you there, and it becomes exponential over time, not logarithmic. It doesn't add up like by tens. It adds up and multiplies by those tens and gets wider and wider. Yeah, someone please. I think I was going to put that at the 10,000 a month level. The TARDISes. Wow, I don't know who that is, but I'm good. How you doing? Scammer Mike TV. I can only guess that's United. United, is that you? That's gotta be United. What's going on? Just talking about a little quantum physics, and started with the Pike letter about creating or perpetrating the end of the world as a scam.
If this entity moves toward Earth, its now slice leans into Earth's future by about a few thousand years. It might glimpse events like humanity reaching a Type 2 civilization level, or perhaps colonizing another galaxy.
Which, by the way, we're not even a Type 1 civilization, just so you all know. We're not even Type 0.5. If you didn't know, Type 1 is civilization that's made it to other galaxy. And is, there's just nothing to expose that isn't, there's just nothing to expose, really. They expose themselves. I wanted to focus on something that was more long-term friendly, something that wouldn't be as historically topical to that section, but rather historical or review of ideas and concepts. And you know, I go back and forth between things, and occasionally I'll call out some folks or some behaviors more than anything, to be honest with you. It's more about the larger behavior, and that's one of the things about today is we're talking about the larger picture, the meta, and that includes the disenfranchisement and the creation of that disenfranchisement by those who might have a greater perspective on what's going on. And that's why I started with Pike's Litter and then showed, you know, a society of people that were able to build massive buildings up on the top of plateaus, but they've disappeared and we don't even know anything about them. I haven't even looked at Göbekli Tepe today, but something else I wanted to talk to you about. Some ideas that you may not be familiar with, but that you think you may know. And I don't want to scare anybody, but this is where it comes to. And good evening. It's more about exposing the concepts of time and the perceptions of the time period and comparative and how people misuse them or abuse them. Because, you know, I mean, like, grifters, look, they're going to be there forever. Somebody's always going to sell snake oil. Somebody's always going to try to convince you to drink some Kool-Aid or jump on a bandwagon or cry for their dinner. It's never going to go away. The big giant scam. That's what I'm looking at. I look at the channels that are pulling 1,400, 1,500, and 15,000. And I look to the channels that are actually way above there to see what they're doing right and wrong. And if something disappears, then how do we know it even existed, Genevieve? Exactly. We need to look at ourselves and the patterns and keep looking and searching to see what it is and who we are and what's driven this. What's driven this goal so that we don't make the same mistakes, so that we have reverence for our past, for we understand a better set of humanity's needs and interest for the future. Our own follies, our own loss in history, that's way more important than Princella trying to sell people a $50 paperback book. Although, I've addressed that. I address the things that they come up, but I don't spend a lot of time on them just because it's not worth it. The drama's not worth it emotionally to people, and there's so much of it selling out there. It's a saturated market of, being used by the system. That same system that just disenfranchises, puts people into different camps, suggests that somehow there's some imaginary community here because you're watching a TV show. And I want to remind everybody, you're watching a fucking TV show. Hope you enjoy. Please like and subscribe. You can send me things. You can even send my cat things. By the way, I'm just going to send a shout out to this Soul Reviver company because their coffee and their jerky is freaking ridiculous. I'm sorry. Well, that makes no sense whatsoever, but if it was a sales technique, that's what that means. I'm going to throw some in my face, by the way. So remember. That's how you sell shit, kids. That's exactly how you do that. Well, it's not so much about not tell people the truth. I disagree with some of the framing of that. I'd say that they are not... Well, they're not pushed or given any type of interest to really changing or moving the dial beyond what is already understood. That's one of the things about the many schools that make it hard, and the expectations of peer review because that quantifies and qualifies the scientific information. No, a lot of the sciences do that. That there's suppression of kind of the wilder ideas. That's why some of them take a much longer time to come to the surface. Many of these people, the wilder archaeologists, talk about the expectation of larger societies disappearing in South America. And, archaeology said, no, there's no way. They didn't have the ability. They don't want to undo the years they put in. This is not uncommon. At least now, though. We should... Excuse me. As I choke on camera. That stuff's a little bit dry today. A little dry. Because it's not the spicy stuff, so it's like, it's plain. No flavors. I think I needed the spicy. There's a sabor. Anyway, yeah, it's the time and effort. It's, the fact that things change and get added in. Or maybe they push so staunchly on an idea that they then had to back away from. I mean, this has happened time and time again, but the great scientists, the great archaeologists, the great professors can always adapt and learn and go, oh, damn, I was wrong. And there have been plenty of times like in the 20th century where that's happened and bets were made and lost, And some of Graham Hancock, he's on some aspects, and some aspects he's like way far out. And he's not quite broken clock is right twice a day, but damn, he's not far off. To be frank with you. There are some problems with his work. But there are other things, like his work in Göbekli Tepe, that are astonishing. And some of his work, is now being respected a lot more than it used to be. Like David Icke, Yeah, it's and this is the same with any archaeologist. And I mean, even look at Dr. Zawahiri. He maintained that they had found, some of the pharaohs, and no. He thought they had found Queen Nefertiti. No. And even the greatest minds make mistakes. Turkey holds a bunch of answers. And I think the ocean, the desert, any places we aren't, that was covered or that has changed over the past million years, holds answers. Especially now that we know that society and humankind's culture of having society is getting pushed back further and further and further. 12,900 years, that puts us in the middle of the Ice Age. Written history going that far back is pretty astonishing. Maybe we will find the language of Easter Isle. Anyways, what I want to bring us to here is the other side of this, beginning and end. The metaphysical or constraint idea, or the lore. And kind of a broader understanding of it. And I love this one because it's called A Survival Guide for the Armageddon. And this is a theologian's point of view. This is non-religious. This is just based around the actual original writings, and specifically, this is the interpretation that historical or theologians take of Armageddon. And I find this absolutely a fantastic version of this. It's from a channel called Hochelaga, which is Hochelaga. And there's lots of great theosophy and theological knowledge or history, background. That's actually I'm saying it twice when I say that. There's a lot of theology there. And it's very informative. And this is from the Book of Revelation, and I find his explanation of this very telling about what it is and where these concepts come from and how they've been manipulated. And I want you to take a bit of a grain of salt with all this to understand that to understand the metaphors are to understand the metaphors of the time period as being represented, because you couldn't write some of these things out. You couldn't say these things outright because some of the things being spoken about are about Nero. the Roman ruler at the time. So you couldn't put his name into writing. You had to put a code. Some of these things are about Christian ideals that actually, in that time period, weren't even legal to share. And if you don't know that, you wouldn't know why these perceptions were happening. And they're referring to political actions of the time period or experiences the people were having. Important to keep in mind because the cultural references get lost and reinterpreted or anthropomorphized into the modern day. So, that said, I give you the Book of Revelations, or Survival Guide to the Apocalypse.
Doomsday, the end of the world. It's a gloomy subject that many world religions have approached. In Christianity, the last book of the Bible, the Book of Revelation, contains a frightening vision of cataclysmic
And by the way, this isn't
events.
John the Baptist. Just so you know, John the Baptist didn't write this one. John the Apostle didn't write this one. Just some dude named John. He's like, bruh, I had the worst dream. You tell me about it, man. Are you going to put it in your book? Yeah. All right, just credit me. John. Yes, thank you. Felicity.
Demonic horsemen,
You're so fast.
and even a few multi-eyed Bible-accurate angels for good measure.
By the
This
way,
book is without doubt the strangest and most disturbing book in the whole Bible.
Lizard
So naturally, it's
King.
a topic I had to cover on this
Little
channel.
Lizard King,
You may have heard of
multi-eyes.
the Book of Revelation, but may not be so familiar with what actually happens in the book. For example, where does the number 666 fit into all of it? If you're looking to learn more about the biblical apocalypse, well, you're in the right place. I've crafted
John the
together this
Revelator,
handy
yes.
introductory video.
Which I
You
find
never know
it's
when you might need it.
it's funny. They're
Before we
like
start,
John
it's
the.
worth
This is
noting
such
that I'm
an
going to examine the Book of Revelation from
uncreative,
a secular,
non-creative
non-religious
name.
perspective. The book is highly symbolic and probably not meant to be taken literally. So, at occasional moments throughout the video, I'll explain what some of the symbolism may mean
Important
using the
information.
interpretations of biblical scholars. Disclaimer out the way. Bring on the apocalypse. The
Yeah,
word
come on.
apocalypse itself comes
shit,
from the Greek,
wait.
and it literally means to uncover something. That's actually why it's called the Book of Revelation. It's all to do with something being
John
revealed.
the
In
uncovering
this
guy.
case,
Wait, hold
the
on a
end of the
second. Does
world.
that mean maybe they meant something completely different about John the Revelator? They're like, no, John revelates to everybody. We're trying to get him to stop, but he thinks it's in every girl he meets. He revelates to. God, dude, it's so embarrassing. He thinks they like it. No, John. No, don't revel. You know, before there were cell phones, they couldn't even. You just draw it, and then if he could, afterwards he started drawing it out, and then when that didn't work, he thought fear. We went full red pill. Sorry. Is it wrong?
There's a
Too
rich history
soon?
of these apocalypses in the Old Testament, but they don't necessarily have anything to do with the end times. Sometimes they're just these startling visions of the otherworldly, like a glimpse of God's throne in the book of Ezekiel.
By the way, in the book of Ezekiel, he talks about seeing God's throne and the 4 angels that sit at God's side sing to him, and those are the angels. Those scary gateway things with eyes. And the representation of them don't look like normal angels. They're actually, one has a lion head, one has a cow's head. One seems to be a sloth or have a human face and like an animal body. And the 4th one's escaping me. Hold on. He'll say.
Or a dream featuring 4 strange beasts in the book of Daniel. The book of Revelation is from the perspective of a guy called John. We don't know much about this character. It's not the same John who baptized people in the Jordan, nor is it the same person who wrote the 4th gospel. No, this is an entirely different John.
The Revelator.
It turns out that there's a lot of
And if you notice, he's got that robe on, so it's easy to revelate whenever he is. Anyways, sorry. John was
in the Bible.
Weirdo.
In fact, some scholars believe that this particular John might not have existed at all. Like most books in the Bible, the Book of Revelation was written and edited by anonymous authors, and so John.
Wait, hold
may
on.
have
What
been
did he
a
say there?
pseudonym. Scholars
Oh
say
my
that
God.
the oldest part of the book
What did he
existed
say there?
too. This is an entirely different John. It turns out that there's a lot of people called John in the Bible. In fact, some scholars believe that this particular John might
thank
not
you,
have
Felicity.
existed
I
at
appreciate
all.
you being here
like
always.
most books in the Bible, the Book of Revelation was written and edited
true,
by
Lizard,
anonymous
that's right.
authors, and so John may have been a pseudonym. Scholars say that
John
the
the
oldest
Baptist
part
was
of the
beheaded.
book was probably written around
By his
65
request,
CE
too.
during the reign of
Weirdo.
Emperor Nero, and may have reached its
By the way,
final
I just have to
form.
point out the most ultimate chin beard. Neckbeard, really. That is the most unbelievable neckbeard I've ever seen. I mean, when it came up, I even said this when I watched this the first time. I'm like, oh my God, Nero, you have the award-winning neckbeard. Look at how curly that is. Like he could literally like neckbeard scratch all the way around and then hold his chin. That's weird. Like that was the style. Like, please connect us. My head haireth to my necketh. It brings out my featureth. And my cleft palate. Please more things in my anus. My friend Biggedeth would like to join us for dinner. Anyhow.
CE, during the reign of Emperor Domitian, both of
Because that's how they sounded.
particularly
Absolutely,
the
that's
first one,
science.
Emperor Nero,
Right
were
there.
known for their brutal
Total
persecutions of early Christians. A significant detail in order to understand the worldview behind the Book of Revelation. It was written in a frightening time for these first Christians, and their anxieties were
Yeah,
captured.
people, if you think about it, people really disliked Christians back in the day. They were like, oh, Christians, we got some lions over. Christians, they got crosses everywhere for you. So, I mean, they really didn't like them back in the day. Anyway, so we're totally missing all the stories. Let me hear that part again where it says that this is a bunch of anonymous authors. What?
Edited by anonymous authors.
Oh
and
yeah,
so
it said
John
that again.
may have been a pseudonym.
Yeah.
Scholars say that the
Yeah.
oldest part of the book was probably written around 65 CE.
Oh yeah, absolutely, Scammer Mike. That is one of my favorite channels. I have had brief interactions with AJ actually, and I watch a lot of his stuff. And I'm hoping he's going to do a Green Man show, Green Man Cult, and I've been trying to get him to do that one for a while. And I've gotten a couple of great like links and pieces of information, thrown off to other channels from him. And he just covered Mad Mike. He just covered Mad Mike, the Time Machine guy. And that's very close to home for me. Oh yeah. Y-Files is one of the best channels, one of the best organized, one of the best written. He's actually, he and his wife do excellent work, and it's just, it's well put together. And the way he pulls the information together is he also plays on the whole thing of AJ plays on kind of a combo of Twilight Zone and Ripley's Believe It or Not from the 80s, and what's the other one where with Leonard Nimoy? I can't remember the name of that show, but that's another one. He plays on all of them, and the way he segments it is fantastic. I was trying to copy that for a minute, but it's very hard to do in the live.
Nero, and may have reached
Especially
its final form at around 95 CE during the reign of Emperor Domitian. Both of these emperors, particularly the first one, Emperor Nero, were known for their brutal persecutions of early Christians. A significant detail in order
Those without the necketh beard shall be considered lion food. Bring me grapes. Anyways, yeah.
to understand the worldview behind the Book of Revelation. It was written in a frightening time for these
the
first
fish is
Christians,
genius.
and their anxieties were captured on the pages, containing a frightening collection of visions about the end of the world. Let's turn to the contents of the vision itself.
Y-Files is, one of the best channels, one of the best shows
We
out
start off in the idyllic Greek island of Patmos, where our main character John
And
has
by the
been
way, when he announces a show coming up for premiere, if you go on, if you want to be a part of a large crowd viewing a show, I've been in one of his crowds when there's 65,000 people watching, and the chat flies by at such a fast rate on slow mode. It's incredible. It just goes. It's so bad. There's just no way to read it. And but he is reachable. Strangely enough, even there'll be like 10 to 20,000 people watching. He is reachable. He does interact. He does have a really good Discord group too. Oh yeah, Y-Files definitely. Yeah, it's his stuff is amazing, and but his after hours stuff, he actually interacts pretty. It's
Behind
amazing
him,
how he's able
he
to.
suddenly hears a booming voice calling
I think
his
they
name.
pick out-
He turns around only to see
Yeah,
a
his views are
spectral figure
absolutely crazy.
bathed in bright light.
And his production
surrounded
value
by
is very
7
high.
golden lampstands.
Oh yeah, you got to hear this
This
description. This is really
undoubtedly
sane. This is totally sane right here. This is
Items
absolutely.
were captured on the pages, containing a frightening collection of visions about the end of the world. Let's turn to the contents of the vision itself. We start off in the idyllic Greek island of Patmos, where our main character John has been exiled. Behind him, he suddenly hears a booming
Even worse,
voice
he's a
calling
Greek
his
guy?
name.
Oh, sorry.
He turns
I'm
around,
kidding.
only to see a spectral figure bathed in bright light, surrounded by 7 golden lampstands. This unnamed person, who some believe to be Jesus himself, has a very strange appearance. He is enrobed in white, with eyes like fire, and
Huge
protruding from
eyebrows.
his mouth is a sharp, 2-edged sword. Yes, this description is in the text, and trust me, it's not the strangest we've yet to see. This strange figure tells John to write to the 7 churches dotted across the Mediterranean, to give them a heads up about what's about to go down. Once he does so, John is immediately whisked up into heaven. From there, John gives a spectacular account of everything he sees. In front of him is a giant throne, with 24 smaller thrones surrounding it. The central throne is so bright, glistening like
Okay, so let's just start right here. There's so much context that is missing from the suggestions and metaphors going on here. All of this is a contemporaneous messaging to the Christians who would have read this. Trying to understand from our point of view and change it into some perception that we could use today is almost nonsense. We can take from it the understanding of the time period, but trying to adapt it to some, telling of the future, this is missing the point of what it's saying. Not only that, but it's missing what the artist or the writer was saying metaphorically and hiding in plain sight. There's escape plans, there's things coming, there's people doing terrible things, and wait till you see.
precious stones.
They're really trying to
So
say
we
it.
can't actually make out the figure sitting on it, but we can safely assume that it's meant to be God himself. But his attention is quickly drawn to 4 strange, multi-eyed beasts that are floating around near the throne. Although the Bible calls them simply living creatures,
Oh yeah, it's a
you may
chicken
already
with
be
an extra
familiar
leg
with
or
them as
something.
Bible-accurate
That's the one I couldn't
angels,
remember.
good friends of the channel at this point. Here's a description he gives of them. Around the throne, and on each side of the throne, are 4 living creatures, full of eyes in front and behind. The first living creature is like a lion. The second living creature is like an ox.
It could either be
The third
dope or
living
terrible.
creature
I'm not
with
sure.
a face like a human face, and the fourth living
What if
creature
one of them gets
like,
like
a
an
flying
infection?
eagle. All 4 living
Incitement
creatures,
of
each
fear,
of them with
true.
6 wings, are full of eyes all around and inside. Day and night without ceasing they sing, Holy, 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 the Lord God the Almighty, who was and is to come. A very strange description indeed. A winged lion, ox, humanoid and eagle, covered in eyes from head to toe and singing praises to God eternally. By this point, you may have already watched my video on Bible-accurate angels, and you may be familiar with these creatures
Scary
in the
as
book of
hell.
Ezekiel in the Old Testament. They feature in a magnificent vision the Hebrew prophet gives of God's heavenly throne.
And let me tell you
In that
something.
video, I
That's
suggested
where
that-
Enochian understanding of what we would consider angels comes from. And there's a whole massive set of them. As well as I've talked about the Enochian daemons and the angels here before. But as he points out here, this comes from Samaria. Oh, thank you.
They likely developed from the Mesopotamian
Yeah,
cherubim,
right.
known as Lamassu. Sadly, however, there are none of those wheels with eyes, known as Ophanim, to be found in this account. Not much else is said about these 4 eldritch hybrids other than this, although some have interpreted their multi-eyes as a symbol of God's all-seeing nature. Others see it to be deliberately creepy. Now, I don't know about you, but I certainly see why they'd think this. After his description of the 4 living creatures, next before John comes another strange beast. It is described as looking like a lamb.
This is my favorite, by the way, because this is exactly what you're thinking in the back of your head it is. This is the holy sacrifice. The Lamb of God. Got all them eyes, bunch of horns. Stuck with a knife. I mean, like, come on. Oh, the Revelation song,
So it
yes.
has 7 horns and 7 eyes, because of course it does. It also looks like it's been slain. Because of this, many associate this being with Jesus, who is sometimes called the Lamb of God. Whatever it is, the lamb creature holds in its hooves a large scroll with 7 wax seals. With this, the apocalypse is truly underway. When the first seal is broken, out comes a man on a white horse, wielding a bow and wearing a crown. This is the embodiment of conquest, the first of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Seal 2 is broken, and out comes a horseman astride a red horse, holding a large sword. This is the horseman of war, kinda similar to conquest in my opinion, but whatever. Seal 3 is broken, and out comes a rider on a black horse, holding weighing scales. This is the horseman of famine. Finally, the 4th seal is broken, and out comes a rider on a pale horse, the embodiment of death itself.
So if you knew these things, and these were culturally embedded into the background of many people's minds, how would you use this? Would you use that? Are you morally stable to where you wouldn't be enticed, where no amount of money would get you to utilize an idea against an entire population of a planet, much less a country or a state? In most churches here in the South, if you start straying away in logic and reading and making an attempt to interpret the scriptures, you're possessed. An exorcist is called in, or you get led to water. Oh, damn, Genevieve. No, I won't tell anybody. See, that's the thing that I'm actually talking about, is this return to a control of fear, a disenfranchisement, and an intent to facilitate a fascist mindset or an authoritarian state of being where everybody fits into some kind of edged tribe or group that accepts or doesn't somebody else. And I would urge that we stay away from these things. Not completely, but enough to stand back and get perspective to see what they are. One form of another, or another, of the trickle down of the fear states. Now, I don't really want to bother going through the rest of this, because I really wanted to point out that this is lore and an explanation of a political set of movements written by a group of people hiding and being terrorized by a man with a neck beard, no less. A really impressive but frightening neck beard. That's real, that's frightening. Come on. Neck beard, come on. What? Jesus. Anyhow. There were many other seals, and there's stuff after the seals, too. Like, in this, the many different natures with which the Earth is terrorized, it seems to be more of an explanation of what happens when an ice age starts, rather than God's wrath. Now, you can call it God's wrath, but I think that's even a more reductive way to play at this game. And what game would I be talking about? I'm talking about the game of manufactured fear and utilizing control through that fear. And that fear creates a disenfranchisement, a disassociation, a psychopathy. And when you disassociate everybody from everything, meaning giving them no sense of foundation, no sense that there's safety, they'll seek in the vacuum any voice that potentially proves itself to have any authority whatsoever, no matter how that comes. And that's what I wish to point out. That even though the meaning of this revelation is missed in the mire and changes and adjustments and editing of Kings even, the message, if you look at it from the perspective of being a political messaging of metaphor rather than altruism or expectation. It's something where this group was saying, look, there's a lot of opposition to these ideas. And somewhere we know that at the end of times, they come for humans. And here's the lesson. Here's how it comes. This is what it looks like. The sun gets blotted out. The disease that comes after the darkness. The bugs, they take over after there, and they eat what's left. And the wrath of nature wipes the planet away. Yeah, I saw that. It was an interesting reading of all of this, by the way. I always find the interpretations of these things, driven by bias of some intended, reader, obviously. In my case, I'm just trying to break it down to talk about the manipulations, the abuses of these things to create fear states of cult-like behavior amongst tribalized people that otherwise don't have a reason to react. As we head towards these elections and we head towards another round of dealing with folks that speak in cruel terms of other humans, I just wanted to share with you all the idea that there are those that hold a lot of wealth, hold a lot of political power, hold a lot of political esteem, and you don't know their names. And that they have knowledge of the past and the possible futures because they've held that information since the beginning of time, away from the generalized state of humanity. Why? Since the beginning of time? Well, because there was time before time. And clearly we've existed with a higher set of cultural capability and science for a very long time. It looks like. When you start extrapolating out from what we found, could be 100,000, 200,000 years that humans have been building and creating societies and having them collapse, or maybe longer. Because 1 million years, 2 million years on this planet, that's actually not that long when you consider it's 4.5 billion years old. In any case, I'm sure the further we look at the anthropological state and the archaeology of it, the further we'll go back. And all of these ideas of the now look petty and simple. And the archaeologists of 100 years from now, with their science and technology, will laugh at us and be like, oh, if they only knew. When you know you don't know, that's when you know. True. When you don't know the whole picture, when you know that you don't know the whole picture, that there's always something missing that you just couldn't know because it might be withheld, or it might be something that it's outside your purview, or something that you can just never find. It's when you know we can never stop learning. It's always something else to add in, something else to absorb. And that never ends. Speaking of which, just a little break from the monotony. Just want to share with you.
You know those lead vests they use to protect your chest from excess radiation?
Yes.
I stole one from my dentist while he was taking an x-ray of my teeth.
Huh.
Later, I then proceeded to cut the lead vest into pieces and fed it into the water supply.
Oh.
I'm about to teach a whole new generation about the dangers of lead poisoning. Oh, God.
Awkward.
The curtain
Truly
stopped
awkward.
prematurely.
It did. It did. This is umami, by the way, if you didn't know.
They can still see me. They can still sense me.
They can. And that's where it ends. Umami channel. Fantastic. Fantastic channel.
Did you meet the new boss? Who, Congress?
Oh, by the way, so a little message from our friend Anna Akana, who has great things to say in general. And this is something else. So one of the things I've noticed on the Tubes of You is that groups have had, so much beef, to just spread out on each other. Just that cheesy beef from their assholes. It's all in all, it's just bricks in the wall. Yeah, it's true, Lizard Tree. I mean, boy, do people love to use that shit mortar to get those bricks to stay. But one of the things I want to remind everybody is that while people are throwing that shit mortar at each other in those mental prisons and blaming each other for being as bad as somebody else or this or that or doxing and stupid shit, becoming each other's enemy and becoming the mirror of each other, while this is happening, you cannot but expect that if you're going to take the lowest form of entertainment, which is to talk about a person and not focus on the topics, then you can expect that people are going to feel that there's a mirror. Because the topics are king, queen, penultimate above everything else. If you're not talking about the topic and you're talking about the person, you're going low and easy. Low and easy. But if you're going high, you're talking about the topics and you're taking the topics down. So that's good, if you are. Have I ever sat and actually listened to someone who has been clinically diagnosed with a high-functioning phenom? It saddens me when someone mocks or totally ignores them. I have, absolutely. I have. There's a couple of them out there that get used as locales quite often, actually. Sadly to say. So this is Anna O'Connor. And her point of this is that, well, anytime you're saying things about others in a negative fashion to get attention, and reveling in it, no less, you may be missing that nobody else is feeling the same way, or at least those who aren't like you, and you're really just saying this about yourself. Anna? By the way, great channel, Anna O'Connor.
Meeting yesterday to go over
Self-help.
the company's new goals. Fish. I knew it.
The cat says fish, by the way.
I can't believe I'm a shill for big fish. Hi, it's me. I'm the problem. It's me. What'd you think of him? Because I thought he was dumb, wildly ineffective, and absolutely adorable. Oh, like you. Excuse me? Well, you're dumb, wildly ineffective, and absolutely adorable. How could you say that about me? You bitch? You bitch. What? Babe, look no further than the study Spontaneous Trait Transference. Communicators take on the qualities they describe in others from the journal.
That is called the Spontaneous Trait Transference. Communicators taken on the qualities they describe in others. Can't imagine why I'd be sharing that, or can't imagine where you might have seen that, or can't imagine where that would come up here on the old tubes of views. Don't know, if any of you all feel that at all. But well, it's a spontaneous trait transference. Thank you, Lizard Tree. That's really very kind. Communicators taking on the qualities they describe in others. And let me see if I can zoom it in so I can read this. Spontaneous trait transference occurs when communicators are perceived as possessing the very traits they describe in others. Huh. Study 1 confirmed that communicators become associated with the trait implications of their descriptions of others, and that such associations persist over time. Can't imagine. Study 2 demonstrated that these associations influence specific trait impressions of communicators. Huh. Study 3 suggested that spontaneous trait transference reflects simple associative processes that occur even when there are no logical basis for making inferences. Finally, Study 4 used more naturalistic stimuli and provided additional evidence that the phenomenon reflects mindless associations rather than logical attributions. Together, these studies demonstrate that spontaneous trait transference is a reliable phenomenon that plays a previously unrecognized role in social perception and interaction. AKA, when you see this, you can guarantee it is what it seems like. I love science. I don't know about you. What's up? Hey, you got you're in your alt this evening, I see. One of the reasons why you don't cam up, Genevieve, is you want people to hear you, not see you. And the way someone sees you outweighs the communication and their levels of intelligence and understanding. Absolutely. Now, I actually have a lucky situation in that I am a litmus of people assuming all sorts of things. It's been going on my whole life. I found from an early age I could tell people the absolute truth and they would just discount everything I said because the truth to them was something different than what I was telling them, despite the fact that it was provable what I was telling them. In many cases. So I started to realize that truth is what people want it to be, whether it's about your person, your experiences, your abilities, even when you show them. That thing called cognitive dissonance takes over, where they don't even want to believe it. Because assumptions. Exactly. Aloha. Yes, indeed, Toxic. Oh, yeah, I'll check out the DMs this evening. I'm sorry, I'm so bad at checking Discord these days. Apologize. Point being here is that what you're about to hear from Anna is basically something we know, but I just love the way that she qualifies this. She does such a good job of explaining these things. And her production quality is amazing. Like and subscribe. May have a crush on Anna. Anyway.
Now in social psychology, science. Their research demonstrates that the traits we describe in others are attributed to us.
Oh yeah, I love that she also has footnotes with
time.
references in her video. No sweat, I'll get you. I'll get you this evening.
Personality and social psychology, science. Their research demonstrates that the traits we describe in others are attributed to us, and that this association persists over time. But I'm not absolutely adorable. Oh, it doesn't matter. They found that spontaneous trait transference does not represent a logical attribution, but a mindless association. So whatever I say about others is how they'll perceive me over time? Yep. And let's just say you haven't had many good things to say about the people around here. Oh my god, then what's your impression of me? Sorry, no. You're not gonna spontaneous trait transference me. No, no, no. Mama's got nothing good to say, so she's gonna zip it.
And that is the good rule. If you got nothing good to say, you just walk the fuck away. Sure, man. Absolutely. Always yeah, if I have time, absolutely. I would love to. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Yeah. If you have nothing good to say, just walk the fuck away. It's easier than dealing with it, and easier than dealing with a person who's going to just project back onto you. If it's not about the topic, and it's about the person. My pleasure. Especially if it's about the person. At some point, if you see the boundaries been broken and they still don't care, walk the fuck away. If you made it clear, walk the fuck away. At least make it clear, though. That's the best rule. Make it clear. And then disengage. Exactly. If they want to keep engaging, just let them ramble. They're the ones making themselves look like a fool. Ruby is clearly moving things around.
Yesterday I called Susan a moron, of which this planet has never seen. You did. And then I called Deborah an egocentric, greedy, dishonest freak. Yeah, I vividly remember. I did compliment Diane. Right. By saying that for a sociopath, she was very good at hiding it. Mm-hmm. God. I have spontaneous trait transferenced myself into the worst thing imaginable. A bad reputation. Yeah. T. Swift would be so disappointed in me. Oh god, I have to go compliment everyone right now. Calm down, everyone. I'm an ally. I'm a feminist.
Yeah. Anybody who's dealt in complex situations in the real world where large things that matter know this. When it becomes that you're around the pillows just talking about people they don't like all day long, you know that they're like that. Now, there's lots of reasons that you can be excluded in a group, and this is just one example, but this is an example that is a common trait that you can expect, and it is often based around nonsense. They literally, let me just boil it down. It says, the study says this is often based off of nonsense, your own proclivity to believe something. And once again, I point back to it's the focus on the person and not on the topic. There's no answer for the topic. There's no solution for the topic. There's no rationale or cooperation, commiseration, compromise. No synthesis. Constant theme in my conversation here. It is. Yeah, don't internalize the asshattery. Let me finish off with this video and I'll have you on up.
God, Matt Healy was a mistake. Oh my God. Well, at least she's adaptable.
Oh, yes, isn't she? Oh, yes, you are so cute and smart.
Hey!
You're Fortune 500 CEO. Yes, you are. You're the cutest little angel. Yeah, oh, she's going for it. I'm Anna Akana, and thank you to my father, Squarespace, for sponsoring.
Okay, that's a
today's
commercial. Yeah, her daddy Squarespace, she says. Anyways, Anna Akana, make sure to go check out her channel. She's also got a, yeah, there's no, yeah, what real topic? They have no real topic. That's why it's always going to be about the people. Check out Anna Akana. She has lots of wonderful self-help. She's been doing it for a long time. She's phase 2 YouTube, and she's got a movie career and a TV career now. So that's somebody who's moved out of this space, made a career out of this, and made the larger career out of being a performer, actor. And mind you, she's still very valid, very real. Hey, I see the StreamYard audio kicked in. Evening, Toxic. How you feeling this evening? Can you hear me? Oh, yes, Ruby. Oh, she was just climbing up. Can you hear me, Toxic?
Am I up?
Oh, I'm not on stage. Hold on a second. I forgot to add myself to stage. Hey, what's happening? There I am.
Am I up?
Can you hear me? I can hear you. I've got you on the stream.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. You're a little loud. Let me turn my volume down. There we go. There we go. All right. Now how's that? Say something.
Hey, check 1, check 2. 'Twas brilliant in the slightly toasted. Guy and Gip. Yes, indeed.
Okay. Okay, so I just now checked in. So could you give me a quick recap on what your show is tonight?
Oh, I started with sharing Pike's letter about the 3 world wars.
Oh, the 3 world wars.
And then I found it interesting. There's a great reliable channel that had it on it that I was very shocked that they would have that, because it's been called a hoax. And they say at the beginning it's been called a hoax, but they also referenced the library that it was held at for 80 years or whatever, and then hidden away at.
I don't know if you knew this, but I spent a lot of time working to join the Freemasons, and I decided not to join for a ridiculous reason. I thought that doing the rituals might have been like doing prayers, sign language to bad deities. And a Freemason that's a friend of mine said, you're telling me with the tattoos you got on your face and you're afraid to be a Freemason because of the symbols they do? And I was like, you got a point.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but yeah, very interesting stuff. And I caught the tail end of some stuff. Could you give me a recap on your history with Scientology? Because I barely caught something about it.
Yeah, I try to keep it limited conversation, but and I almost never mention the name because of my experiences with that
My mom
shit.
just farted and she's laughing her ass off.
No, I didn't. Well, that's hilarious.
You know what? Let me tell you something about my mom.
Yeah.
How old are you, Mom? She's 80, okay?
Oh, wow.
And since I was a child, every time my mom farts, she laughs as if it's the first time she's ever farted. Every time, even all the way to the age. She's sitting there laughing her butt off right now. I wish I could put her on camera. Mom, come over here and laugh into this speaker.
Oh,
Okay. she's embarrassed now. She's usually. Oh, and what's funnier? What she loves to do when she was married to my dad is she'd be in the store, and she'd go stand next to him and then fart next to him and then like,
blame it on him.
and then walk away. And then no, she wouldn't even blame it on him. She would just nonchalantly walk away, and then the people standing next would give my dad dirty look.
Yeah.
And then my mom would start busting up laughing, or my mom would be like, "That's rude."
Hilarious, dude.
And my dad would get so pissed. What did what did you say, Mom? Oh, my mom would turn around and say, the least you could do is say, excuse me. And what did he do? Did he get totally mad? Can you hear her?
Well, let me turn the music down. Let me hold on a second.
Uncouth bitch.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, my mom's a funny lady.
Lizard Tree says,
Yeah, I mean, like... Listen, like, if you... I don't know, I watched this old video called... I don't know if it wasn't the Bible. I think it was, like Cro-Magnon Man or something, but it was this ape man, and he was like, you know, in the beginning of time, and he was sitting there making dinner, and he farted, and he looked at his butt like a dog when they're like, what was that? And he starts laughing and shit. My mom is just like that.
That's
you know, just like the caveman, like every single, no matter
I think
how
that's
many
actually
years
in
she
the
does
movie
it,
Caveman with Ringo Starr, by the way, when I think about it.
Oh, is that what that was?
It's either that or it's in History of the World Part 1.
Caveman with Ringo
There's
Starr?
a thing in there about farting in History of the World.
History of the World Part 1. Yeah.
Either one of those
And
has
so
something
I thought
like
it was hilarious that no matter how old my mom gets, every single time she farts, she laughs her ass off as if it's the first time. As if she's never heard a fart before, didn't know it was possible, and I'm just sitting there going, man, they're not that funny, Mom. She just busts up laughing.
That's hilarious, man.
And she's not embarrassed about it by no means at all. But she was also really beautiful, like her whole life. Blonde hair, blue eyes, perfect body. So she could get away with it, I guess.
Right.
You know.
Well, yeah, man. What were you calling to ask me about? You were saying something about Scientology?
Oh yeah. I was. I'd come into this. I'd come in a little late to a stream you were talking about that you had some history with Scientology.
I have
Did you
weird
join Scientology?
No. I they tried basically to grab. I don't know how to describe this because it's not indoctrination. If they just, I was told I was auditioning for a part in a show, a movie, or a video actually. I went to the audition. They called me back. They told me I had to go to the compound. I thought we were going to go to somewhere in Hollywood, so I met them at the spot where I did the interview, and they took me to. Oh, I'm sorry, that's incorrect. Actually, they picked me up. When I think about this, they picked me up. Was it at the interview spot? I think it may have been. Sorry, the cat's trying to... Yeah, maybe it was at the interview spot that they picked me up. Anyways, they took me there. The point is that they took me there in a van to the gold compound, what I now know is the gold compound. And basically, I got brought into their studios. And basically, if I didn't leave almost like within the hour, who knows what would happen. And for years afterwards, people contacted me from their golden era productions to go back to interviews. And I'm talking about for years and years and years, even when I didn't have an agent, dude. And up until a couple of years ago, literally. And every time I mention them, or something freaking happens, dude. And it is such a weird group of people and things, and I saw it firsthand, and it scared the hell out of me. I had to call people to come get me out in the middle of nowhere out there, dude. And thank goodness, you know, there were people that would come get me. Yeah, you know.
I mean, I had experience myself with Scientology. I dated. Do you know the artist Wyland?
Sounds familiar, but
You know
not
the
really.
artist Wyland. If you've been to L.A. or San Fran and you see the skyscrapers with the big whales painted on the side, he paints those.
Oh, okay.
He's the one that does the murals.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Very familiar because I'm
you
from
know
LA.
what I'm
so-
talking about now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So he's a big time Scientologist, and he nets somewhere around 26 million a year. And so what was funny, I got in trouble. I became what do they call it? SAP?
Oh,
SP?
no, it's
I
an
became an
SP.
SP because
Yeah.
I made a
It's suppressive personality
yeah, I
is
became
what
an
it
SP
stands
because
for.
I made a bad joke. Yeah, I made a bad joke because I was dating one of the Wylands. I got to go to the family camp for the summer. Okay, now I'm with the Wyland family. Okay, at the Lassen National Forest. Now, do you know who Lassen is?
Well, I grew up in the valley and live not far from
Lassen is
Boulevard.
his
So.
competitor.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Lassen is.
But
so
Lassen is a
paints
name
murals, too.
that if you grew up in the valley, like there's a whole section of the valley that would belong to Lassen. So it's Lassen Boulevard.
Yeah, so Lassen is also, he does the same exact type of murals and paintings, and they make the same amount of money. And the thing is they've been rivals for years because they would copy each other and fight. So what did I do like a genius? I said, I can't believe I'm sitting here camping with the Wylands at the Lassen National Park. Oh my God!
Touch it.
Every single one of them looked at me like I just kicked their puppy.
Oh no, bruh.
Oh yeah. And now the cool thing is my girlfriend laughed her ass off.
Well, somebody got a laugh out of it at least.
I didn't give a fuck. They treated my girlfriend like shit. They actually helped. My girlfriend had a daughter with her ex, and the Wyland family had paid for his attorney to make sure that he got custody and not her. And so I contacted them and let them know how dare you choose some stranger over your own blood. And that was because she was an SP, and I didn't know, because by then I didn't know anything about Scientology. I thought it was like Scientology is a religion where they believe in science. Oh, okay. So they believe in the science.
So
I didn't know
are you
the alien.
did you see that okay, so the Ordos Templis, interestingly enough, pre-Scientology, I'm going to get in trouble. I know I am. LHR, L. Ron Hubbard, was not only just a sci-fi paperback writer, but he also was involved with the Ordos Templi here in Los Angeles.
Ordos Templar? You're not talking about the Knights Templar, you're talking about Ordos Templar.
Ordus Templi. It's here I'll bring it up.
Ordos Templi.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's an order along the line of the Illuminati, or when it's a fraternal order at the turn of the century up into the 20s and 30s. Actually, it existed into the 50s. But one of the folks
so it
who
is
headed
Illuminati for sure.
Well, no, that's the term Illuminati. Let me just be frank. Refers to the Illuminated, but it is referring to a con procedure, a false naming.
Yeah.
That draws. In fact, that's what the Pike's letter even says, to utilize the Illuminatus personality, basically, to draw people's attention as a disenfranchiser from the larger chaos that they intend. And in this case, the Ordos Templi is a order of dark sciences and practices and Jack. Let me hold on a second. I forget his name. I was just covering him. Basically, they were studying Aleister Crowley at the same time that Aleister Crowley was still alive. And these are guys. Jack Parsons. Thank you.
Jack Whiteside Parsons.
Yeah, it's Jack Parsons.
John Whiteside Parsons, Jack Parsons.
Yeah, so Jack Parsons, who is one of the people who invented our solid rocket systems in the U.S., who started JPL, who started
that came
Aerodyne.
from a dream.
Yeah, it did come from a dream.
From the ritual, that came from a dream.
One of his earliest members, who also stole his wife and his money, was L. Ron Hubbard. L. Ron then proceeded to go to England and start the first chapter of Scientology. How interesting is that? It was directly tied to a cultist organization here in Los Angeles, and he conned him out of the money.
It's all connected, and so
And his girlfriend.
Laurel Canyon is connected with that whole thing too.
Oh yeah, and I've got
One of these days you and I need to.
I've got a crazy
spend
Laurel
a
Canyon
day.
connection. Crazy Laurel Canyon connection that is so deep. I've got several different connections of those things, but a friend I grew up with, his family owns the ill-fated Laurel Canyon house where the murders happened. Unfortunately, I mean,
well, see, here's the thing.
I
I
think he
think
sold
one
it,
of
but
these days,
he
what
did.
we'll do, I'll have to do a lot of research. I think we should do a full day stream, but absolutely professional on Laurel Canyon and what the operation to destroy American values starting in the 60s, and now look what it's become. This all started with Laurel Canyon. This whole LGBT thing now today. And I'm not talking about gay people. I'm talking about the agenda to make children transgender.
No, I'm not familiar with that stuff, but I'll look into that. I do know about the different Luciferian societies in Los Angeles that were formulated in the late 50s, early 60s, that then permutated into the club culture of the 60s.
Do you do music? Are you a musician?
Oh, I'm very steeped in Los Angeles music culture and clubs. I worked at the Roxbury. I worked at the Whiskey.
Personally, have you played?
Oh yeah. And don't forget, I traveled around the world with many famous musicians.
Okay, so so follow me on this.
Mhm.
Okay, so you know when you're performing and you tap the power and you feel like a demigod, you don't feel like yourself. It's almost as if the genie is working through your body.
I've spoken about the transfer. Yeah, well, don't forget, I've stood on stages in front of hundreds of thousands of people and or mixed for that many people.
Yeah.
And so it's actually the largest crowd I ever mixed for was 80,000 people inside of a soccer stadium in Lisboa, and there were 30+ million people on the register reading for the stream. And there was
my biggest crowd was 1,000.
Well, it's okay. You imagine that
feel like
feeling
it's tiny
amplified, and you're at the center of it with everything running through your fingers. That's. I definitely understand the feeling. And
Isn't it cool how it feels like a ball of energy in your hand when you have all these people paying so much attention to you because you're putting on a performance that they feel?
It's called lensing.
You felt
it
that
is
too.
fascinating. Well, it's inevitable. It's called lensing, and it's lensing, and it's inevitable to feel whether you're transferring it, receiving it, or as a conduit. And anybody who's involved, especially in concert stuff, is part of that experience. And and let me tell you something. One of the things that I can tell you for certain, and I'll bring myself back on for a second just to explain this, is that some of the, most interesting experiences I've had that would be transcendental in any way, where everybody's being transported a little bit out of their body, is beyond just the normal experience of that energy transfer of you through to the audience, because that's the normal state of work when you're dealing with large audiences, whether it be 1,000 or 20,000 or 200,000. It is literally, it just gets exponentially bigger and bigger, and it takes more and more focus as far as like keeping your head in the right space to keep doing it and correctly with the more people there are. So one of the most amazing things I've ever seen, and I've shared this story before, is about this, which is I was at a very famous couple's house doing some re-recording on some material, and we were getting ready to go on tour. I'm brought into their movie theater, and this artist turns to me, and he's a Spanish artist, a very famous one, at that, a very impressive one, and I really enjoyed working for that couple, by the way. And he basically puts on a film of Michael Jackson, and I think it's the Dangerous Tour. I could be wrong about this, but I believe it's the Dangerous Tour. And Michael Jackson basically pops up out of this like 100 by 120 deep stage where you can't even see where the band is. They're just in the back, and he pops up out of this grill thing, and it's a fast pop up. This gag is very fast. He literally catches air when he comes out. There's an audience of over 100,000 in front of him, and the audience makes this roar that is, it's like zenith of excitement from the audience, and he holds his position and stands there for a good 35 to 45 seconds, not moving. Most anybody else would just lose their shit and run into that. Totally. Run into that energy. I want more. Give me more. No, what he did was and this, by the way, the artist is sitting next to me, and he's in my ear in their movie theater. We're watching it on this huge screen, and here's this man who I'm going to do his voice, so I'm not making fun of anybody. This is exactly what it sounded like. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. He's a god. This is this man. He starts getting up on his seat. Look at him. Look at him. He's, getting excited. The guy next to me is getting very excited. Hey, what's happening, Zyrax?
I want to show you something that's going to blow your mind, but can you
let me finish. Let me finish.
Post a link, and I want you to show this.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me finish off the story real quickly, though. So he gets.
Sorry,
that's
I
right.
woke up and I'm real hyper because I slept all day.
Oh, damn! Good for you.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So he gets real hyper excited about this, and he starts pointing at Michael. Doesn't move. At some point, there's Michael makes a real quick adjustment, and when he does it, there's a sample that matches him. Which every time I've ever thought about it, I think about the poor dude who had to hit that sample, who had to hit it whenever Michael moved. That's the most nerve-wracking job ever. You had to lose that job. You knew if you hit it just wrong, you were fired, guaranteed. Because it's the beginning of the fucking show. Go, wow! And the audience takes another level. Like, it literally gets louder than it was before, as if they've just lost their minds. Now they're transferring like a massive electrical conduit into him, and he's still holding position. Just his head has changed position. And he holds for another minute. And they just keep getting louder and louder. And they're literally, the artist is screaming in my ear, look at him! Look at him like a god! He's controlling them! That's what he says to me. He's a god! And I was taking this in a kind of both metaphoric, obvious, I knew what he meant, but partially literal, because of what you're describing, because of the way that he's standing in front of 120,000 people or whatever it was, 100,000 people, and he's the conduit, and he's utilizing this to basically lens his personality, and it's returning to the audience, and it's reciprocating in this massive format that is unreal, because
he's casting a spell is what he's doing, right?
Well, you could call it. I don't think it's a spell. I think that this is something because of how I've studied it.
Is it similar to a spell?
It's more like a transference of accepted reality. That when enough people focus on a space in reality, and they're all agreeing upon that thing, it becomes larger than it is. It actually becomes the thing that is in focus, and it becomes the imaginative, fascinative, fantasy idea. We know now that reality is the interference wave as perceived by those who are observing it. And that interference wave makes its plan, as a neutrino way back at the beginning of time to become that reality, the interference wave, the physical reality. And when you have that many people creating that much focus in that one spot, I would say there has to be some temporal effect. And when I felt that on stage, being nights like, there's a night in somewhere in, maybe it was Sao Paulo, it's somewhere in Brazil, in front of one of these massive South American audiences, and the artist I was with had a huge hit at the time in Portuguese that he shared with an artist, and he sang the English and she sang the Portuguese, and the band was able to stop playing that night, and the audience sang the entire Portuguese lines, and it was as if we were singing with God.
Wow.
I'll be honest with you, that's what it felt like.
Yeah.
It was as if we were singing with God, because it was the voice of everyone. It was the voice of everyone, and unified energy felt like God speaking to us on. And I not to be hyperbolic, but it was like that. Like if there was such a thing as, oh, you're speaking to God. We heard the voice of 100,000 people at once, and they carried the melody in key, and it was as if like, by the way, that's Toxic's. That's Toxic's alt. You're in your alt, Toxic.
I
know.
I
disavow. What's that?
You're gonna shit when you see this.
Oh yeah. So anyways, that's the.
Mod me now so I can paste this link.
Yeah. Hold a second. I can't mod that one. Your other one's not blocked. Your other one's not blocked. I can't mod that one. I can't mod that.
Let me.
They're gonna clip that shit and be like, "Come on." I don't need that. Come on.
Here we go. All right. Here we go. Now show this picture, and I'm gonna explain to you who he is.
Okay, hold on one second.
This
it's not gonna pour. It's not just a big ass, right? It's not just like someone's ass.
No, it's not bad. No.
Okay, good.
It's a sad
Not that I think you
story.
would, but I'm just double checking because that would be a good gag. I mean, if you had built it up this long, I would have actually given you credit at that point.
It's not a gag.
Okay.
It's not a gag.
I would have absolutely not just kind of given you credit. I would be like, damn, you did it. Not just a big ass, right? It's not just. Sorry, yeah, just hold on a second. Where is this? Oh, okay. Yeah.
It should show his picture of him holding the coconut.
Oh yeah, why is it?
He's a UFC fighter.
Hold on one second. It's my.
And he got murdered.
Oh what?
And I'll explain. He got murdered not long after I performed with him on stage.
No shit. What happened to him?
Yeah, I'll explain it once you show the picture of this guy.
Oh, it's really weird. Well, hold on a second. My iPad is doing something weird here. I'm gonna have to.
Oh, you're on the eye thing. You need to get regular PC again, buddy.
No, you don't understand. I'm multi. There's so many devices over here, man. There's so many devices. Yeah. This is just one of the things I use for playback. I may have to actually swap these out because it's been having some weird issue with the item that it comes back through. Hold on a second. Let me see if I close out YouTube real quickly. Wait, I can't because it's got to come through that. Hold on a second. Let me go this other direction. My apologies. I'll get back to the history there. It might have been just because it wants to see the video. Oh, you know what I can do? I know what I can do here. I'm going to take the link and I'll do it a different ways. I'll do this the different ways. Hold on a second, folks.
Yeah.
There's another way to do this, which is like I'll just.
He looks like the actor. I forgot the name. Yeah, Lizard's Tree. This was after he started getting into what I believe is probably meth. Because he lost his debut. Then he tattooed his face, which is why he and I got along. The only difference.
By the way, I just want to share this.
Doing drugs and he was doing meth. And
this is not the picture of his friend. This is also not the picture of his friend. This is also not the picture of his friend. Anyways, sorry. But this. Sorry.
His name Ambril Kane Sabat.
So what happened here, man?
I tried to get Joe Rogan to well, when you show him, I'll explain what happened. It's really sad, and it's also government corruption. All right, so is there any way that you can get rid of those so they can see the tattoos on the guy?
Sure. What do the tattoos
How big
mean?
he is, so they can see the whole. Because it shows me and you square in front of him.
Are you? Can you not see the? Oh yeah.
No, just it tells the story of how he went from sane to insane.
What happened to this
All
guy?
right,
He
well,
looks like a
let's put it this
military
way.
dude.
He looked a lot scarier. All right, there you go. Okay, now you can't see the left eye. Now, you know, in like old warrior movies where somebody gets sliced from up to down over the eye, and then there's this like slice over the eye scar.
Yeah,
He
battle
tattooed
scar.
that on his left eye. Okay, so
Oh,
one night
wow.
I'm in the nightclub called Pyramid, and because I have the Eye of Horus tattooed to my eye, I'm the mascot of the club, and I'm performing. Well, this motherfucker, all right, when he was doing his UFC, he was Christian. He's a French guy. He was always preaching Bible. Very loving guy, very nice guy. Went to Bali, lost his debut. Things went downhill, got into meth, and then and you know when people get into meth, they say things that don't make sense. So the day I met him,
because by the way, I'm
in
just
my
going to
club,
mention, I can't not mention
and-
there's some messaging in that's contradictory in the shoulder sleeve going on here, or they at least seems to be.
Yeah, so here's the thing. He's now, of course, all the bouncers, they're really nervous. Stage alone, no one will go on stage, and he's saying, I'm Jesus Christ, and I'm gonna save you all, and everyone's scared. And so I just say, fuck this. I jump up on stage, I reach up, he reaches his hand down to help me, and he grabs me by my hand, and he pulls me. Now, he's just trying to help me up on stage, but he pulls me so hard, it's a 4-foot stage. From the ground I'm on, it's 4 foot to the stage. He pulls me 8 feet high. So not only do I go all the way to the 4-foot top of the stage, but I looks at my eye and he goes, oh my. He's like, oh, be careful. Anyway, we had a good time that night.
Wow,
and,
man.
then it lightened the mood. The bouncers are shaking their head again because I always lighten the mood with people like this. Lost Scar was a gang that came in. I lightened the mood there too. But in any event, about a month later, I was back in Hawaii and I got a message from my wife that he was killed by the Bali police.
Oh shit!
So what
How did that go
he
down?
overstayed his visa. Okay.
Yeah.
So, well, what happened was the police decided they were going to arrest him, and he had a knife in his hand, and he said, "Just shoot me. You're gonna have to shoot me." Because now he was mentally, he had a mental problem. He thought he was Jesus. He thought he couldn't get killed, and so he wanted the police to shoot him so he could prove to them that he was immortal. And he held the knife, but he wasn't threatening him with the knife. He was just like, I'm going to hold this knife till you shoot me. Now,
Wow.
the official story says that he stabbed
Drugs,
the
right?
police in the neck 8 times, right? Now think about this. You stab someone in the jugular 8 times, there's blood all over you, right?
Yeah, man. Wow.
Okay, so the first time I saw the video of
By the way, trigger warning.
First time I saw the
Trigger
video
warning.
of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, trigger warning.
Sure.
But the first time I saw the video of it, I saw the police captain walk up to him and shoot above his head 6 times. And then he turned around. The other side, he's on the road, and they shoot him in the head with the 308. Okay, now, I'm sitting there
So
going,
you've
"There's
seen?
something
Wait, hold on a
suspicious
second. Hold on a
about
second.
that
You
cut.
just you
Something's
buried the
wrong."
lead. You've
So I
seen
go
the footage of this?
research. Yeah, okay, now check this out. They cut the most important part. Number 1, there's no blood on him at all. He has a knife in his hand, and they said they didn't shoot until he stabbed the cop, but there's no blood on the knife, no blood on him, no dead cop, and,
Wait,
and then the one.
Okay, but Toxic,
captain
where
goes
where
and
have you
shoots
seen?
above his head.
I gotta ask you, where have you
runs.
seen the footage of this?
Well, this was back in 2015, so YouTube had footage like that still.
Damn.
You could still find that kind of stuff on YouTube.
And his came up in
so
the in
there
like
was a missing spot, though.
Yeah.
The missing spot was when the cop shot above his head. Well, when the cop shot above his... Now, you see him with the knife saying, just shoot me. You can't kill me. I'm immortal. He has no blood on him. He's holding the knife. And then the cop shoots above his head. He turns around and runs. And then it cuts. Okay, then it cuts. Then, on the other side of the alley, you see him come out, and they're shooting at him, and then they shoot him, and then as he's laying on the ground moaning, they 308 him with the FNFAL in the head.
Oh, man.
Okay, now, then, I predict that in the next few weeks, the real footage is going to come out, proving that he didn't stab anyone. Sure enough, I get my hands on an unaltered piece of footage from beginning to end, and sure enough, he didn't stab anybody. The cop that they said he stabbed didn't exist, and it was a sad thing. This is the way Bali police are. If you push them, they'll murk you, and
Wow,
that's
man.
just the way it is. And yeah, it's real sad. And what pisses me off is this guy's part of the UFC community. He was clearly going through a mental breakdown, probably partly to do with losing his debut UFC match, and this guy and what happened to him.
Wow. That's...
I found and still have proof. In fact, I think I have. I could probably unprivate my video on go. Oh my God, he didn't stab a cop.
Wow, man. Yeah, I mean
It's
that's
sad.
that's
and
terrible.
you know how big a 308 round is, don't you?
Yeah, that's a like a moose killer.
It's so sad because he had taken 15. He had taken 15 rounds to the body. He's laying by a curb moaning. He can't move, and then a guy walks up with an FNFAL and shoots him. And why did they do that?
Well, you know,
executed him.
I mean, in other nations,
then
especially if you're talking about Bali, you know, they have a
never came up again.
yeah. Bali has a you know that side of the world
Bali.
has a history of dealing with people they believe are on drugs or dealing drugs or a terror. They think they deal with them summarily in a lot of cases. And Lizard Tree says that YouTube still has that stuff.
Because
I'm sorry. Say that one more time, Toxic. I apologize.
what'd you say?
You broke
Where's
up.
you, Lizard?
Oh,
Lizard
was just saying.
said
Yeah.
YouTube still has this stuff online. Okay. And if you can't find the one unedited one that I'm talking about that shows from the beginning to end proving that he didn't stab a cop, I actually have it on private on my YouTube channel. I can unprivate and unlist it and then send it to somebody in my Discord. And what I'll do is I'll put my Discord in here for anyone that wants, what is it? TOXICANGEL hashtag 4204. There it is. Is that right? Let me just go double check and make sure that that's my right Discord. Isn't that sad though? And
Yeah,
you know what?
that's
He was
terrible,
the nicest guy, man. He really was the nicest guy, and everybody was so blown away because everyone was way too scared to even talk to him. And I jump on the stage and start, you know, not dancing with him, but you know, messing around, pointing at people, trying to bring girls on stage and everything. Some of the girls came on stage with him, but the men were so intimidated by him. The police were intimidated by him. It was just a whole sense.
Yeah, that's it. Sounds like it. It sounds like that.
So,
They had to have been
yeah,
scared of him to, you know, want to,
They
execute
were.
him. I mean, that would be the case and make up the story. I mean, like,
And it's so sad. It's so sad. Now, if you go back and watch, I'm going to make a documentary on it, because if you go back and watch before
Your patronage will not be forgotten. This person is a boss.
Hold on 1 second there. Hold on 1 second there. Holy mackerel. Thank you so much, Mystery Sky. I didn't realize you were still here with me. Thank you so much for watching and for contributing and being a patron. That's amazing. Thank you. Every dime is going to something in the show, and I'm trying to get that Elgato switcher, so that's amazing. Thank you, Mystery Sky. It means a great deal to me. It means that I could do something else with the show, and I can keep growing. So
yeah, Mystery Sky.
Awesome.
Thanks
That's
for supporting our boy, because
very kind.
AronMSound is awesome.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that talk.
Oh, Aaron, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I came in a little late on a situation a while back, and
Yeah.
I never got even the slightest about it. I guess you were being accused of saying N-word, or you were being accused of...
No,
what was that
about?
about?
Okay, so I would go back through it all, but I've got the videos all out there.
No, just a tiny recap.
Okay, so the reason I won't bring it up, Toxic, and I'll tell you this, is because I can start to mention subjects around that, and suddenly there's like 8 extra people in my chat, that are only here for the time period waiting for me to say something. And I'm trying not to instill any more drama about it. And there was I didn't say anything. It was me finding out if somebody else said something. That's the best way to put it. It was deaded and then brought back up by somebody who just basically made some shit up to get some attention. And then everybody left my name hanging out in the wind. That's the best way. And for me, observing that situation, let me just sum it up for you, Toxic. Observing that situation as both a offline Aaron and also, online, the performer, character Aaron, and for this show and the whole thing, I said, wow, that's just a little too far on the boundary edge, and don't appreciate any of that, and I don't rep that. So, no, thank you. Thank you very much.
I just caught this tail end of this thing, and it looked like you were being really ganged up on, and I couldn't tell if they were accusing you or accusing you of hanging out with someone who did something. But either way, it doesn't matter. I just wanted to let you know that I caught the tail end of something. It looked like you were being pretty abused.
Oh, well,
and
yeah, I mean,
you're one of the most gentle people. And you don't treat anybody bad.
No, I appreciate that, man. Here, the thing about
sides.
me, I try not to. I'm not part of the debate bro community. I'm not interested in the drama. If I'm sitting there quipping on you, it's because you're really just a horrifyingly stupid person. Thank you, Liz Drew. I have my feelings about that stuff too, about the period and what happened, how it went down, what things are. But I move past that stuff pretty quickly, especially because for me, I don't live here. This is my show. Even weirder is when people do invest so much in it that it becomes that important. And when it becomes that important, they've divested from the concept that this is something you go and watch, and then you turn it off and you go live your life. You get something out of it for entertainment purposes, and then you move away. If you're just living here, you can be controlled by any Nimrod. Just that it boils down to that. Having these conversations, being interested in weird things, that's one thing. But being interested in, and this is one of the points I was making this evening, when you're talking about other people in a negative manner, negative manner, when you're talking about other people in a negative manner, you are basically manifesting a mirror of what you feel about yourself or what people see you as. I try not to do that, and I've worked very hard not to do that throughout my life, only because I can always put myself in other people. I'm very empathetic. I can put myself in other people's shoes, whether it's my acting training or just the sense of like being the mixer in front of an audience who has to perceive everybody's or try to perceive the mass as opposed to the individual. I let people tell me who they are, and there it is. A lot of people don't understand that. Everybody wants to take polarized sides. Everybody thinks that's the win. I can tell you this, the largest level on the meta, diplomacy wins every fucking time, and diplomacy takes compromise, cooperation, and commiseration. There it is. Sorry. I don't know what to say beyond that. It's like, I think a lot of people have a hard time with that. So.
I've definitely seen that your show's getting better, and
thank you, man.
you're growing, and I think what we should do here pretty soon is you and I should do a really serious UFO show, like a research show, not just UFOs, but like where we connect ufology to ancient temple building and theology.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, you and I was disagree on some of that stuff, but I'll tell you where okay, so because I have some very crazy, wild thoughts that are getting more, I would say, reductive about these things. The more I find, and I would love to have you on the team of people because you're a believer in the sense that you have your own stuff and you bring your stuff to the table, which is very valid, by the way. And in the sense that you've talked about things that I'm like, oh yeah, he does know what he's talking about. But I also, at some point, I could challenge you on some stuff, by the way, that I've heard you say that like I don't really want to talk about because we could talk about it offline. It's not worthwhile. I don't do drama. I'm more interested like in what you're talking about of like going to look at stuff. And I am this year. I have plans to go out. There's a homestead beyond Skinwalker Ranch, and that's a possibility for me this year to go take a look at if I do an IRL. But because I really do. I mean, like one of my pastimes throughout life has been looking at anomaly, paranormal behavior, the consequence and experiences of the mob focus, or in other words, the group idea, or what people perceive, how to manipulate that, how that gets manipulated. These are things I've looked at for a very long time, been part of, but that said, those are the things, by the way, Toxic, that I collaborate. And look, one of the things most people don't understand, as someone who's had to live in a submarine, a tour bus, an airplane for the majority of his professional career, traveling around the planet, I've had to live across from a lot of people that I didn't get along with very well, but had to work with well if I wanted to maintain my job, because it's like being on an NFL or a high performing team. And some people have compared it to being a member of the military, and I've known plenty of guys in rock and roll who were members or former members of the military, our security for certain. With that said, we don't always agree with everything with the other people, and that idea that we're supposed to is where I draw the line. If people treat each other well, Toxic, face to face, and they're not talking shit about each other after the fact outside, you can't. It doesn't matter if you just disagree with their fucking. You think that something's disgusting about somebody's personality or somebody's point of view. If you're keeping it to yourself and you're not hurting each other, and that's not being acted out on, then it doesn't fucking matter, does it? So that's the whole thing that I think a lot of people miss. And it's like we could disagree on a whole bunch of fucking shit. It's how people have gotten along since the beginning of time, and nowadays I just see this fascism in it's called FAE, by the way, false association equivalency, and then transference of that, you don't like chocolate, well, I believe chocolate is evil, so if you eat chocolate, then you're evil. That's how that stuff gets transferred. Anyways, sorry. So that's how I feel about that stuff. So I love that we can get along and have these conversations about this stuff, Toxic, because I think a lot of people have a problem that somebody will ask me, well, dude, Toxic said something. I don't give a fuck. Did you say it to me? Are you bringing it on the panel? I know. I don't know about it. I don't give a fuck. I'm not watching it. I'm like, if it's something you said to your audience and it's something you feel strongly about, you'd bring it to me, right?
Well, the thing is your panel is got a certain subject matter, so
exactly, and you're respectful of that subject matter. And by the way, you pointed out last night. Yeah, there's no
why, unless my motive is to get you to choose my side and dump the person I'm having a problem with, which that's not right. That's not right.
Yeah, and then there's the whole. And I'm glad.
Friends, you and I do some interesting stuff, and that's all that we should be doing.
Yeah, exactly. Now this is how I feel about that stuff too, man.
That's why I don't even mention that stuff.
Yeah. No, and I'm glad we.
Yeah, I respect you for that, because I didn't. I didn't know that would happen when I first commented on your thing, and I didn't expect that you'd reply because I figured you'd get so much pressure to give me the boot because that's the way a lot of people are. But you didn't. You were like, oh yeah, let's get together and do that brain split hemisphere thing. And I was like, right on, cool. We're still good.
Bro,
Because
how can you? How can anyone grow? If you don't know, look. How can anyone grow if you don't look at the full character of a person and don't assume that we all have ugly portions? It's a matter of whether or not you kind of boil people down to those ugly portions. And don't expect them to grow.
Lizard Tree, I agree with you. The drama stuff is boring at this point, and I'm not bringing any of that here. Though there is some stuff that if I do bring it to anybody's attention, it would be done in private.
I'd have, and let me just toxic
drama crybaby stuff.
No, let me just say something about that. Is anybody is welcome to do whatever the fuck they want on their channel. Like, go ahead. I'm never going to hold it against you. You could be, look, I love watching Daryl. That is all drama. He calls himself Simp God. I love watching Daryl because Daryl actually gets to points. He lets some people quack out sometimes.
Simp God.
Yeah, he calls himself the Simp God. It just incites people. He let Princilla on his panel for a long time. I've enjoyed him for quite some time now. I also enjoy how he gets.
Simp God, subscribe to me. I want to see your channel. Simp God, I want to see your channel, so subscribe to me and say hi.
Yeah, if he's out there, he's probably streaming right now.
Hey, thanks for having me here. I've been a little loud, and my mom wanted to go to sleep, so she probably gave up and she's cleaning. Dad poked a hole in the Freon tube in our freezer, so we've been struggling to keep our food alive.
Oh no!
For the last 3 days.
Oh no!
Anyway, thanks for having me on.
Anytime, Toxic.
I did send you some stuff in DM.
I'll check it out.
So check it out and get back to me, and then we'll plan something. I want to talk about the ultrasound thing because I didn't realize we could do split brain hemisphere with ultrasound just by having 2 drones triangulated.
Yeah, that's one of those amazing things that's part of that.
Think about that. 2 drones triangulated.
Yeah, that if you could do it at close range,
we can split the hemisphere remotely.
Yeah, and you got a pair of.
I'm gonna buy 2 of the.
You were talking about the dishes. Check out. Yo, there are used MAD panels. Yo, before you do that, there are used MAD panels, MADD, out there they're like not even 1 by 1. Sometimes they're 8 by 8. Little filament. They're literally thin as hell.
Are they better?
They're the military grade stuff. Yeah, they're the military.
Wow,
That's the military grade stuff.
Hey, will you make sure you send me? Did you say MAD?
MADD, yeah.
MAD panels?
Yeah, they're called MAD. Yeah, I'll send you a link. I know that I've seen them for sale, used on eBay and stuff.
A link to that or the name. In my DM, because I'm gonna get 2 of those. I'm gonna build a drone, and then this was my plan. Okay, so you take a subject, you set it up in a city, and you have them parked on top of a building. You triangulate to hit someone in the right ear, left ear. Okay, now you play sounds. The sounds you play are of normal city sounds, right? But then the subliminal sounds you play. That way they never know nothing's going on. Like, the siren. They don't know nobody else is hearing it.
Oh, I got one for you. If you're going to do something of that nature, and this is...
use subliminal message.
Yeah, if you're going to do something of that nature, and here's the... Oh my gosh, you just reached right into my devious soul. If you're going to do something of that nature, don't just play any background noise. Take a microphone on all the devices. Have a triangulated 3D image of the audio surrounding the space so that it's real current time. And then feed pink noise across the entire spectrum. So you're basically putting out of phase the initial sound alongside your suggestive stuff. That's how that would really work. But especially...
I forgot to mention this. My designs... This is really important that I state this disclaimer because I forgot to mention this. My designs are not for me to go fuck with people's heads. My designs are designed so that I can show that this is something that our enemies can be doing to us.
Absolutely. What are you white hatting it? That's called. By the way, that's called white hatting. By the way, please, people.
Yes. Yes. And I think we are now, because you and I get along so well in that respect. And I think we should team up on this and try to put a stop to this shit.
Somebody'd show up if I did it. Somebody will be like, "What are you doing?"
Oh, yeah. That's all right. I got the equipment. I got ultrasound emitters. I'm gonna get that MADD thing you're talking about. I'll probably get a couple dishes, because the dishes have really big ultrasound array emitters in them.
Yeah, they have a bunch of the old.
They're so good. They go to space.
Yeah, and don't forget anything that is basically a capacitive transmitter or a capacitive speaker does the same thing. And capacitive speakers and or microphones in general. A microphone is a speaker. It depends on which way the electrical value is going. If it's going in, like it's receiving the signal. If it's coming out, a speaker is basically just transmitting the electronic impulse, the waveform. And that's why so in the case of a lot of these devices, the same device that is used to make the speaker that you can purchase in these dishes can also just have the electronics routed in reverse, and you'd have to have the right component to pick up the signal, but you can turn in any speaker into a microphone. In fact, one of my favorite effects is to use a headphone as a microphone.
Too.
Microwaves are different.
I'm gonna go microwave too, but
yeah, I'd have to.
They're dangerous too. But here's what. Before I go, because I gotta go.
Yeah,
I'll close out on this and just say that I'm still planning on developing the virtual reality app to teach children how to prevent split brain interface being used against them in virtual reality gaming.
Yeah, Lita and I were talking about that actually the other day, and she was asking me exactly what that was. I'm glad you clarified that. It was to help children avoid brainwashing, basically.
Teaching them how to defeat split brain tricks. Teaching them how to identify, because they got to do certain things that you can see with your eyes. And so you teach them how to recognize the triggers. And once they recognize the triggers, then they know something's going on. And then they look deeper. But the game is a spy versus spy. You have red team. They're designing subliminal messages to trick blue team into picking bad weapons. And then they fight. Blue team loses. And then in the end, red team shows how they manipulated blue team into picking the weapons that caused them to lose, and then so on and so forth. And then spy versus spy, and they just continuously try to win each other, and this goes on forever so that they can keep up with Mark Zuckerberg. And
teaching them how to wag the dog in a safer environment.
I gotta go.
All right, have a great night, Toxic. Thank you for joining.
Yes. Hey, you too, buddy. Yeah, thank you.
Right on. Hope you're well. Toxic Angel, everyone. With his VR bifurcation for kids. I'm looking forward to actually seeing an example of that. Where was I? Oh! Just a reminder that, well, one, this exists. What is that? Oh, this. If you're thinking to yourself, Aaron, is this Neil deGrasse Tyson eats a Reuben sandwich in an empty airport? Yes. Yes, this is. Neil deGrasse Tyson eats a Reuben sandwich in an empty airport. He's waiting for his flight. So what? He wanted a Reuben sandwich. It's a cartoon. Are you uncomfortable or something? I'm sorry. Let me just move on. I'll just move on to something equally wonderful and absurd. On the channel. Ooh, what's going on with... Sometimes...
Paris, 1565. On the bustling
It
streets
smelled
of
bad.
the capital, a strange new book has everybody talking.
Rubens are
it looks
wonderful.
unassuming from the outside, on the inside, it's full of bizarre and fantastical. If these monsters are comical, striking absurd.
Sorry, give it 1 second. I think I had a little...
Poses.
Oh, yeah, I definitely did.
Disturbing, with unnerving expressions and
Excuse me, all.
hollow faces.
Little cable love.
Curiously, there are no words to accompany these drawings. It's simply
That's why... Oh, it just went dark. It went dark. Oh, my goodness. There it is. I'm going to switch to the back up here.
This obscure book is one of the oddest things I've ever come across. It's difficult to make sense of, especially as almost nothing is known about the book's origin. Although I have my own ideas, beneath these whimsical sketches lie hidden messages that were found by the powers that be. Amusing poses. Others are a little more disturbing, with unnerving expressions and emotionless, hollow faces. Curiously, there are no words to
He looks like a
accompany
big
these
condom
drawings.
with a...
It's
No,
simply
I'm
a
sorry.
collection
That's terrible.
of 120.
By the way, it is quite
monsters.
officially, and if you didn't
500
know,
years later, this
as
obscure
usual...
book
Ooh, well damn, baby. Did one of y'all just turn the heat up?
Oh,
Or
yeah.
did it just get real
You know
sexy
you
in
did.
here?
It's not just sexy, it's gonna get
Back
weird.
again, baby. With Aaron
Kashawn.
After Dark.
That voice, come on. Makes everything better. Anyways, now back to the ghoulish faces.
The actual name of this book is The Drolatic Dreams of Pantagruel. It's
Clear,
not the most
just
catchy of
simple.
titles.
No,
I
it
have
is
to
totally
admit.
catchy. I'd
but
put
it's
that
fun
on a
to
shirt.
say.
I'd go see the band.
Drolatic is another word for amusing or funny. So the book kind of means the amusing dreams of Pantagruel. Pantagruel is the name of a giant, and the main character
got a
of
big
popular
old butt.
16th century
Sure.
book called The Horrible and Terrifying Deeds and Words of the Very Renowned Pantagruel, King of Despotes,
I
son of
honestly
the great giant Gargantua.
want a book named exactly that. After I want a book that said, I want a book. Hey, Resto, what's going on? I want a book named after my life called. Wait, hold on a second. What is the complete and total title of this? Like, you know, you done right in some way, shape, or form in the universe. If you get a book, where the hell is my? Oh, I'm on the other one. It's down here. If you get a book that says the horrible and terrifying deeds and words of the very renowned AronMSound, King of Dipsodis, son of the great Gargantua. Oh, giant. That's not Gant. It's giant. What's up, Resto? Good evening. How was that last one? That was fun, right? Yes, Mr. Producer, you can come in too. Yes, yes, indeed. Hello. Hello. All right. Mystery Sky. Yes, please pass her channel around. What I was looking at? Oh, okay, so this book was passed around. And I think you'll find it surprising how, at the time period, this was a very...
A goblin in a dress.
surprising and complex
Of a giant, and the main character of a popular 16th century book called
metaphor
Terrifying
and
Deeds
street
Words of the Very
language
Renowned Pantagruel,
that
King of
really
Despotes,
is
son of the great
not
giant
understandable
Gargantua,
by the
or for short,
current concept of
It's the
what
first
we would
book
see it
in a
as.
series of 5. They tell the
This just
story
seems
of
like
two
demons in the books. It
giants
makes no
and their
sense.
comical
But to
adventures.
those people,
So
there was a
like demon doodles. These
deeper,
amusing sketches
more
illustrate
sarcastic meaning
Pantagruel dreams
based
by
off
the
of what they
look of
were
things.
wearing and
His
the
dreams
positions they were
very,
in.
Very vivid. We have an elephant holding a weather vane, a
I know why
bagpipe
it's
playing
doing
itself.
that. Excuse me, excuse me,
backpack,
pardon,
and of
pardon,
course,
excuse
a
me,
musical
pardon me,
tone.
audio me.
This is what happens when you eat cheese before bed. Also, I'm told, some of these doodles remind me of the paintings
That
of
dude had a
Hieronymus
big old
Bosch.
bone there.
one of my
A big
favorite
owner.
artists, who created these disturbing
It's not
hellscapes
Bosch.
full of grotesque monsters.
If you've never seen those things,
His
you should,
creations
they're
were in
astonishing.
turn based on medieval art and the various creatures found in the margins.
This guy needs to see a doctor quick.
These illustrated borders are known as drolleries, which is probably why our book has the word drolatic in the title.
Drolleries are the
Whoever
things
our
that they would
deep
draw in the
was,
corners.
They were clearly inspired by the fantastical art of the time. As these drawings were based on a comedy book series, I suspect that each one of these sketches contains a hidden joke. As there's no text, each one of these bizarre images is a puzzle that can be solved. So, let's try to figure out the meaning behind some of them.
Ooh,
One
okay.
of the first things I noticed when looking through this
Is that
book
this dude
is that many of
has
these
a
creatures
very long
have fancy
nose.
outfits, from the one dressed in a scholar's uniform to lavish suits of armor, and the one who's a
And
bit
something
like
in his
Gandalf.
ass. Yeah,
But
that dude
my
had something
eye
in
was
his
drawn
ass, for
to
real.
This one in particular.
And that
a
lady
goblin in a dress.
is very
The
unattractive.
doodle reminds me of this painting.
Sure does.
The Ugly Duchess by Quentin Matsys. Painted around 1513, it's a rather unfortunate portrait of a woman. I mean, I guess the name of the painting explains all. Perhaps reassuringly, this unflattering portrait was not of a real duchess.
Thank goodness.
Instead, it's believed
Doesn't
to
that
be
make you
a
feel
joke
better?
painting.
You can laugh at it
It
now.
makes
It's
fun
not
of
real.
people who
It's
refuse
not
to
like
dress
just
their
ugly
age,
shaming. It's just ugly.
attempting to look young, well into retirement.
And look at that.
Maybe
There's
our
other
goblin in a
recreations.
dress is
So
meant
it's
to be
likely
a
what that
similar
was.
joke, inspired by the painting of the Ugly Duchess. Drawing a grotesque creature in an excessive outfit is one way to make fun of
That's what that looks
nobility.
like to me.
There are plenty of doodles
Where you at,
that
Resto?
seem to have a
Come
similar
on up.
punchline. This one features.
That's
another
actually, I
woman
want
in
that on a.
dress.
Let me pause
Behind
this for a
her
second.
veil,
I
you
want
can
that
see
guy
a
on a freaking shirt. Look at this dude. Look at how weird he is. Like, does he have horns under there? What's with the ear things? The outfits are absolutely stunning, right? He believes, the guy who does this video believes that the reason that the outfits are so ornate and specific is because it may have been somebody who studied that or who recorded those things of the era. Because there's another book that looks a lot like this by an artist who was studying that, and they match pretty well. Where am I? Oh, it's just like selecting everybody for me right now. I didn't know that was a new thing. All right. Yeah. I must have a. No. Oh, it's the caps lock. That's what it is. There we go. There we go. Get us back in frame, everybody. There it is.
Sunken eyes and large hook-like nose poking out. Whoever our mysterious demon doodler was, they seemed really interested in fashion and clothing.
Or
This has led many
he
to
liked the color
speculate
between
that
the
it was
lines.
The French illustrator Francois Desprez.
That's
He had
likely who it
previously
was.
completed a clothing manual cataloguing all the different kinds of unique outfits from around the world. You can see that the layout and style is very similar to the Drolatic Dreams. Perhaps it
I
was
love
same
the
person.
toad dude.
It's difficult to tell. Whoever was behind
By the way,
our
shout
drawings,
out to
looking at
Hokalaga.
clothing might help us
Hokalaga channel.
understand
It's
the
got
meaning
weird
behind
stuff.
Some of them. For example, this one. Although the first thing you'll notice is its eerily hollow
I'm gonna
face
get you,
with an
bird. You're
agonized
shitting
expression.
on my shoulder.
Aside from that detail, it's dressed in a rather pleasant outfit.
See, but there's a
kitted
the whole
with
thing
a
about
long
this is there's all kinds of context that we can't possibly understand because we don't understand the way that this person is dressed. This shadow person, this scary character and figure who's got some kind of weird knife drawn. Looks like they're about to stab the poor birds on their hand. And he's got closed feet too, if you notice. And this wide-brimmed hat. Oh, he's a priest.
flowing
But
shoulder
he doesn't look
cape,
like a priest
and
today.
down by its side, there's a wide-brimmed hat with the tassels tied around the body of the creature. This demon is dressed as a member of the clergy, with garments worn by Catholic priests at the time, from the same distinctive shoulder cape to the large hat.
Things we don't remember.
If I add a little bit of colour
Influences
to the
we
drawing,
don't
you might see
connect
the
to.
similarity more clearly. In fact, there are two other doodles just like this one, with demons wearing priestly outfits, both with those same wide-looking hats.
I love that one. It's just a
Another
sack.
one is dressed
It's
up
actually
like
a
cardinal, a high-ranking member of
They used to consider them an evil instrument. That was the representation of a priest as a bagpipes playing itself.
You can tell this again by the hat.
Political metaphor,
I like this one.
hilarious.
He appears to have forgotten something, although you might overlook the fact that he's wielding a giant knife. For some reason, our illustrator dressed his demons as members of the Catholic Church. This might make sense when you consider the historical context. These
Here we
pictures
go.
were made during a period known as the Reformation, when a growing number of Christians started to protest against the Catholic Church. These Protestants were
You're like,
unhappy
wait,
with
but why would Christians protest against the church? They're Protestants. Some would call it the schism, which actually the schism originally is orthodoxy away from the church. This is the second time this has happened, possibly third, if you consider some of the other breakdowns in cohesion in the church. But in this case, the Reformation is the one that really changes the groups and sets the precedent forward to why pilgrims came to America at all. Without the Reformation, there would be no King James Bible, that is for dang sure.
things were being run, and began to form churches of their own. Such religious disputes escalated into bloody conflicts, especially in France, which had collapsed in civil war 3 years prior. Violent clashes between Catholic and Protestant mobs were known to erupt on the streets of Paris. Gruesome incidents like the St. Bartholomew's Day
yes.
15
And let me say that as I can imagine. Oh yes, nothing more fun than the warring religious factions makes real estate so cheap. Just take apart, by the way, I really do love medieval painting. They're movies. Like there's so much horrifying gnarliness going on in this painting. These guys are like having some reverie over some dude they just like really messed up. And this guy's having to beg for this priest is begging for his life. He looks like he's about to get it. This guy's got a baseball bat. He's just doing something, and this dude's saying like, no, and this guy's they're about to get each other. Look at this, it's just a clash over here. There's all kinds of bodies in the river. Oh my God, this is vicious. And they're all trying to get in the castle up there because the bathroom is only in the castle. So a whole pile of bodies they're having to climb over, and there's a priest up there. I mean, like literally. There's Oh, awesome, Mystery Sky. I'm sorry, I just saw that. I definitely watch if you do live. Very cool. Yeah, there's so much going on in medieval painting. Likely, this is just huge. The guy getting thrown out the window, people getting hung in the background, bodies getting drugged way up in the corner, something happening in the shadows up there. I can't really tell. It's got to be huge. And you can sit there and just imagine the scene for hours with these kind of paintings. Because, of course, no movies. Just books and paintings. So your imagination had to fill in the blanks. That's a lot of how the ideas got distorted or controlled. Because, well, the blanks being filled in
showed just how deadly these religious differences could end up being. This dark backdrop shines some light on our drawings. By the look of things,
I want a
these
bird with a
images
human
were
face
most
and a
likely
jester's hat.
intended
That'd be
for French
weird.
Protestants
Be
who felt
awesomely weird.
aggrieved by the Catholic Church. By dressing these demons
Really
as
fucks
members
some
of the
people's
clergy,
heads up.
It secretly makes fun of them. Now,
Especially
I
if
love
you
a proverb,
told good
and as part of
That's
my
just
research,
weird.
I came across this old French saying:
Toad
"The
with a baby
outfit
on the end of a
doesn't make
stick."
the monk." It's normally meant to say that looks can be deceiving. Perhaps these doodles. We've seen so far that this curious book contains hidden jokes at the
That was
expense
weird.
of the nobility and the religious divides of the day.
They're watching.
Whilst I've tried to explain the meaning of some of them, I'm at a loss to explain most of the others. Either way, I thought I'd share
This
some of my
guy's
favourite
got an
doodles
elven
that this
nose
book
and a
has to offer.
spear, and
Like
you can have
a
funny
bell
hat.
stuck on a
This guy's a
shrub,
toad.
a snail human with a human snail,
A snail
Humpty
human with a
Dumpty
human
with a
snail.
halberd, a
Well,
jester
that dude's
on
got an
stilts,
extra little piece
and
there.
finally,
Wait,
a
did that?
barrel
Hold on a second.
opener.
All of that stuff, they had some extra
These
appendages
sketches
that
are
were.
more
Yeah, look at that.
light-hearted and
Yeah,
don't
he's got a
seem to be
camel toe for
politically
real.
charged. I mean, what could be the hidden messages?
I have
behind
the
this one?
worst boobies
Are
in the
there any?
world. I'm
Your guess
peeing
is as good as
here.
mine. The Drolatic Dreams of Pantagruel, or
Then
as
why
I
do
like
they
to
have
call
such
them,
large
the
god
Demon
pieces?
Doodles of 1565.
What's going
is
on?
Such a unique collection of drawings. These 120 sketches are so
Drolatic.
fantastically bizarre and tap into the weird.
They are
element
wonderful.
of
I want them all on
Roman
shirts.
Spanish
I want
and the
that guy in a
grotesque
shirt.
monsters
He's
of
just
medieval
proud of
manuscripts.
being a cop.
Whoever the illustrator was, they had a fantastic imagination.
They sure
and a sense
did.
of humour too. Some of these
Kinda.
drawings make fun of the powers that be. In a time of religious divide and political uncertainty, perhaps a good way to cope with it all is to simply laugh. In this way, maybe these sketches are some of the very first political cartoons.
It seems like it. I don't think
Regardless
they're
of
the
the meaning
first,
of
but
these
they
doodles,
definitely are a
or
great
lack
example
thereof,
of what
it's
people
fitting that they
found
were
as
supposed to
political
be dreamt
cartoon.
up by a maniacal
Speaking
science.
of which,
they're indeed the stuff of fantasy.
I found something that's,
Straight-
I think, very important to share by, of all people, Theo Vaughn. But it really shared a feeling about the matter of controls, the ideas that get bandied about and abused, the reasons that people are behaving the way they are in tribalistic ways, in ways of faith, false association equivalency, and the transference. And the fact that everybody has a need to be needed, included, believed, supported, qualified as human. It's rooted in our very DNA to feel good about ourselves. And yet, part of the trick of being healthy is being able to stand on our own. There is a balance with all of these things, whether it's inclusivity, being included, seeing others as like oneself. Look, we all have our validity, we all have our valor, we all have our worth, we all have our dignity, we all have our humanity. It's important to never forget that it doesn't matter what somebody on some fucking channel says. They're just some schmuck in a chair in most cases. Are they achieving things? Are they changing the world? Have they really done anything? Have they made people feel good? And then once they did that, did they continue to do things? Did they continue to make people feel good? Did they search out that? Did they change the world and better, or did they just do it for themselves? Claiming that there's no way that you can do anything to change the world because, hey, that's just how it is. Despite the fact that over and over again, humans have proven that even the smallest inflection of an idea can cause tidal waves of current that manifests new realities in humanity's minds. And so I give this positive warning that the possibilities are endless within all of us for so many reasons. Most importantly, the fact that we have free will here. We have our agenda. We have our own agency. And each one of us is given the gift of the sentient experience. So I would say, don't waste it. Take those challenges and kick the shit out of them. Because there's someone like me who knows that you can fall and get up and fall and get up and get burned alive and come right on back stronger, more sure, and more clear of what's ahead. That's why I share this next video. You'll hear the voice of Theo Vaughn. This is by After School, one of my
How
favorite
do you end
channels.
up with people that do this type of thing? How do you end up with these, childhood shooters? How do you end up with people that go into a school and do this. And I think a lot of it is, to me, a lot of it is a societal thing. And I'm not going to, everybody has their views. I'm not challenging your view here. This is just a space where I'm sharing what I think. And I could be wrong. That's totally okay.
Anyone can be wrong. Anyone can make a mistake. And that's totally okay. Especially if they admit it once they found it out. When you're demanded to be wrong, with no grace, that's not okay. Capitulation to being wrong is one thing. That's admission with self-awareness. Directive to be wrong by a group or individual, that's coercion. There's a difference. One is right, the other is wrong. It's pretty clear which way that works. And by the way, I want to add in, just because it's legal doesn't make a thing right. Not always do legal things allow for rightness. And I could go down the list, but you know what? I'm tired of having definitions that adults should know be described to them because they want everyone else to disprove their imagination or ideas that don't comport to what we as a society in the West or in the world would consider humane. Which, by the way, there is a definition for such a thing. Go ahead and look at it up in Google. You can trust that that is the general societal understanding of that word. The dictionary. It's amazing.
But I feel and I think sometimes that people don't have purpose.
Truth.
You have a country where, you know, it used to feel like if you worked at I'm going to go off on some different thoughts here. So if you worked at like a business, then you had a lot of middle class businesses. You had a lot of smaller businesses. And if you worked there, then if the company did well, you did well. And so you had a sense of purpose maybe through your work. You know, you were going to move up the ladder. You were going to be a foreman and then a manager and then maybe have some percentage share, and then you were going to get to a place.
And this was a promise, at least within our U.S. system, that we generally believed, that I was told when I was young, and that you could have your own and have a sense of purpose from that. And we still do, by the way. I think some of it may be hard to achieve. But this is not the only way. There's many ways we get our sense of purpose, and everybody is individual. There's 8 billion plus of us. We shouldn't expect. Oh, this channel is called After School with a K, S-K-O-O-L, After School, 2 different words. And it's got a ton of self-help stuff. I use that a lot, quite often, on the Flying Pig Ministry. So one thing to remember in this is that things do change as environments change, as the structure of the world changes. We aren't in the same industrial revolution we were in the late 1800s, where people were literally driving, you know, the wood and grinding mills with their own bodies and with animals. We are now in robotic AI times, and we'll be seeing tons of change, and it's whether or not we adapt to those changes as a human that makes us, whether or not, makes up the character, whether or not we are keeping up as a person, as an individual, as a group, as a society, as a species. And it's very important. Thank you, Lizard Tree. That's very, very kind of you. I'm terrible at that stuff, and everybody else is like, oh, no, I'm gonna go that. It's like, I put my keyboard over there for a reason. I don't multitask because nobody multitasks well, by the way, no matter what they say. There's a million different studies that have shown that the further you believe you multitask well, the less you actually do well. So it's funny. I know I don't multitask well. I try to focus. I was just reminded by an old friend, by the way. Hey, don't try to do 2 things. You don't multitask well, unless it's mixing audio. Then for some reason, give me 65,000 channels. I will put it together and it will make sense. I don't know what that is. Anyways, or the picture of a show. Pull a whole bunch of different things that have nothing to do with one another together. That's another weird thing. I don't know. Some people, we all have our own specific capability. We all have a talent. It's just about whether or not. Oh, you got that job for a long time ago. She got to confirm, obviously. Oh, yeah. She got her own HR. It's weird. Yeah, but we all have our own talents. We all have our own specialty. It could be all kinds of things. It doesn't have to be in any one range. Right? Maybe you can whistle.
And now it feels, I think, like we've let a lot of our companies get to these big conglomerates, and it's about the bottom line. A lot of companies are beholden to their shareholders, but not to their sharecroppers, if you will, to the people working within the company. So then what I'm saying is, as a person, you may not feel any people. I feel like people can get a sense of purpose from their work.
A lot of people do.
So if you don't have that sense of purpose,
a lot of people spend their most of their
pretty aimless.
A lot of people do spend the majority of their life at work. If you consider how many hours during the week people spend, 40 to 60 hours, and that's something that needs to be changed. People shouldn't be spending the whole of their lives, especially in the Western system. We should be taking a lesson from Europe and taking 6 to 8 weeks off. People work better, get more done in a 4-day week than they do in 5 because they stretch out of work in a 4-day week to 5. When you have a 4-day week, you get it all done. All those other countries that have the 4-day week, the 8 weeks off, they're more productive. I don't know.
Right? And then if you don't have love, like if somebody doesn't love you, or you feel unloved, or you don't love somebody, like if you don't have a family or a husband or wife or children, then you may not feel like a lot of love, right?
And by the way, husband or wife or family or children, all not necessary. Those are options. Those are choices. Pets, friends, pastime groups, having outlets that introduce you to other people, and letting them into you and becoming vulnerable enough to trust others. That's what's important. Getting outside of a comfort or discomfort zone for the chance that you might get hurt. And why do I say for the chance that you might get hurt? Because we learn how to be strong from skinning our knee. We get right back up. Otherwise, if you didn't, you'd still be on the ground where you were when you were 3 years old crying at your mom. So if you'd be 30, crying at somebody about how you have the right to say something terrible because it's not really real, it's a joke, whatever, I'm 33, I should know better. And if you are, you should. But a lot of them don't. So that's why I say it and say it's snarky. In any case, it's a bit of shame and a bit of point to say, hey, one has to want to come out of their bad behaviors. And it can be scary. I was once told that, well, then somebody could get hurt. Well, you know what? You have to learn and grow. Speaking of growing, mushroom.
And so having love gives you a sense of purpose. And we have less families these days. The familial structure is really kind of broken down in America. You have a lot of single parent homes. You have a lot of two parents having to work. So right there's a place where I feel like people used to get a lot of purpose.
All together.
And now there's people that aren't getting purpose from their work, and there's people that aren't getting purpose from their heart being fulfilled by someone else, or them being the piece that fills someone else's heart. So right there, man, you have people who don't have a lot of purpose. And then there used to be a sense of America. We are this country. We are these people. We are united. We care about our neighbor.
You never noticed
But a lot of that is gone by the wayside. Our political leaders have sold us
I gotta make a couple new
to the
dancer
highest
videos.
bidder. It doesn't feel anymore like your politicians or your leaders have your best interest. It doesn't feel that way.
And that's something that honestly is our own fault as well. Blame the victims in the situation, yes. Because we make these choices. We allow for these things to happen. We don't get on board with our own best interests because we don't start to believe the bullshit. The nihilist, impossible pessimist, don't do that. But don't forget, those same pessimists who are telling you that it'll never work are the same ones putting in their ballot twice as many times as they can with all their friends who also say that we can't get something positive done. Isn't that convenient? It's always the person who benefits from us not getting what we need done for the better of society, of humans in general. And then a very few benefit from it all. Very few. And that's the issue. Mystery Sky, thank you for being here. I appreciate you watching and being here with us. And definitely, if you're going to do a live, I want to know. Thank you. It's very kind. The question becomes, what do we allow for? What do we capitulate to? And what do we get into believing that it's just something we can't avoid? When in fact, it takes one at a time to gather together to understand that we as a group of positive-minded individuals will not be relinquished to, as Pike said, the rebel minority of those who know that humanity can be united. We are at fault if we never speak up. If we never speak up for the person who fell down, if we never speak up for the people who were smacked around, if we never speak up for something that happens in front of us, if we step over the dead bodies, it's by default something we're involved in. So to not try, at least, that kind of puts us in line with whatever's being done. And mind you, look, we can't all do something. But I am saying, even just to think about the possibility as possible is something more than nothing. And there's a lot of folks I keep hearing who want to do nothing. And that nihilism, that believe in nothing, the belief that nothing can happen because that's what it looks like, and the silence becomes complicity, and the banality of evil becomes quite apparent because the papers get stamped due to it being easier than dealing with any kind of pushback to a bureaucracy or group or tribe who might inflict some kind of supremacy and expulsion just simply because the nail that stood up got hammered down. Anyhow,
I'm not crying here. I'm trying to see how do we get to somebody that does something like that. That's what I've been thinking about. Like, how do you get there? How do you get to somebody that does a shooting of a school? Because you got to get there somehow.
And you got to get to them before they ever think about it.
So anyway, I think that a lot of it is purpose. If you don't have a purpose, then you are at the whim of whatever could come along.
And this, by the way, is an age-old adage that whomsoever could sell you an idiocy could also sell you an atrocity. Meaning, anyone who can sell you something stupid can sell you something really horrible as well. Because when you don't have anything to do, when you don't think anything is possible, when you don't believe in yourself, when you don't believe in love, when you don't believe that people can love you, when you don't see yourself as valuable, as with dignity, as with some quality in the world that is worthwhile, when you don't see that life itself, the experience itself, is the gift that you do with as you are choosing, even if you're given the worst hand in the world, the worst. It's how you turn the tides. It's how you take hold of your ship, even when it's sinking. It's the character of when you're sinking that matters. Because there might be, just in case, that, you know, your prayers are heard and you are brought up at the last minute and everything works out. And if you know that, and I mean this, if you know that, if you see it and you not just manifest, but know and agree with love, with truth, with faith in yourself, in the universe around you, in the being of all things being connected, I urge you to understand that the better option occurs. Always. Doesn't matter how dark it is. Go into the darkness and take this with you, a light, to know that even when you cannot see the ends of the tunnel, you are heading towards the light, for the light is within you. The light is you. And with that light, darkness never will exist.
Or influence you get, or whatever ideology that you can attach onto. And
so if you're an overcomer against, yeah, absolutely. This is something, and I always point this out too. It's one thing to get yourself there, but once you realize you get yourself there to the other side of the darkness, and you continue to move on, and you've pulled yourself out of the mud, do yourself and others a favor. And as Lizard Tree says, if you're an overcomer against all odds, grab someone else's hands who need it and help them out. You don't have to tell anyone you did it. You don't have to tell the person you're helping them. Help people if you can. True. There used to be a thing called experiencing a miracle at Grateful Dead shows. People would stand outside the show and wave their finger because they've been going to shows, they ran out of money and they didn't have a ticket for that night, or they couldn't get one or something. I need a miracle, man. And I used to love to fulfill miracles, because I'd always have some extra tickets and a backstage pass once in a while. It's very rare that I would share those, but every once in a while I would. Probably shouldn't say that, but I would. And I would never let people know who did it. I would wait until a crowd gathered around that person and I'd say, I need a miracle, man. Jerry needs me there. I'd pass one through the crowd into a pocket, or, oh my God, and just walk away and listen to them scream about how they had a miracle. And that is a miracle. Especially when it's just divine. You don't know who did it. The gift is the experience for both parties, for all parties around too. And for people to know around that a miracle can happen. And that's why magic is so awesome, because it's a trick. I'm not talking about esotericism. I'm not talking about mysticism. I'm not talking about metaphysics. I'm talking about magic. The magic and wizardry of the miracle. The miracle is a belief that things can actually change, and they do by unknown means. And that means if you're somebody who can change the world for others, do so. Don't expect somebody else to do it, because you're probably the one who could do it. If I ran into Elon again today, that's exactly what I'd say. It's probably why I don't. Other than the fact that, the social circle that I was in, that I was around those guys, was a number of years ago. They moved on, actually. I love saying that when there's almost no one watching.
Honor or connection to your country. And then on top of that, if you find that you're the victim, if you start to say, well, I'm a victim, everybody else, I don't have any responsibility for myself, it's all your fault, it's all your fault. Not only are you going to find any ideology that comes along, which the internet is going to give, the internet creates an algorithm that gives you whatever you keep looking at, you get more of. So if you look at pudding or something, you get all pudding, boy.
True.
And then 3 years from now, wondering why you can't be in the military now. Because, buddy, you puddinged out. You chose pudding. And pudding chose you. Because whatever vice it is, it'll choose you back. So if you want to be someone who is...
And trust me, the darkness is watching. Whatever vice you choose, it chooses. That is guaranteed. power of love and caring, empathy, it makes miracles happen. Truth. When people bond together for that, belief in one another, it makes miracles happen. And yes, when you stare into the darkness, it stares right on back, and if you eat all the pudding, it's going to keep handing you more. It knows that's what you want. What Theo's saying here is correct.
You know, you want to get involved with us like a alt-right or alt-left, or you want to get involved with school shooters, or anti-Christian, or anti... I'm just trying to think some severe ideology. You want to get, then the internet, the Twitter, whatever is going to keep serving you it. Next thing you know, you're down a rabbit hole. And I think at that point,
not just serving it, but
that's how you end up there, I think.
Spoon feeding it to you with every feeling attached.
I'm going to be seen. I'm going to make sure they know who I am. I'm going to make sure that they say my name, or they hear my name, or they
know who I am. They're going to say my name because the purpose may be gone. The ability to connect to that purpose taken away by a perceived threat, but in reality, it's just the changing times, the assertion of a different modality that isn't really being bestowed completely on the public that needs it so much, and a lack of empathy for those people to help adapt them or get them to adapt to the changing environments, rather disdain for them, for this segregated group that has no one racial makeup or religious belief or any really sociocultural specific other than they choose to all be online. That's part of it. And there's some video games involved in too. Used to not be able to say that. I used to laugh at the idea that like that could influence stuff, but it really has more to do about the social culture and the negating of human value, lack of kindness, lack of compassion, lack of empathy, as a win. An idea that the more callous you are, the more cold you are, somehow the more valid your point. The more snark you have, the less empathy you have, the more reasonable in the mindsets of some of these people. And all of that is turning humanity on its head from a tiny little group comparative to the rest of us. And we see it permeate a certain kind of disenfranchisement over and over. They're going to say my name one way or the other, whether it's through negative attention, hurting others, being the worst possible influence, taking the worst position, or the hardest political line, or religious rhetoric. Well, the list goes on and on. For attention's sake, so people know their name. But where does it end? When does it stop being an ideation and become a movement in the vacuum of power or cohesive ideologies or social norms or allowance for common definitions even? When and where does it end? Well, there's a lot of roots. We've seen a lot of them. They're hanging above me and around me. And if you want to be a cynic and ignore it, go ahead. But I'm telling you from perspective, all of this is exactly the monster hanging above the kid's shoulder. It's the truest factor of them all. And I'm going to take us back to the message at the beginning to remind you what this is about.
The First World War must be brought about in order to permit the Illuminati to overthrow the power of the Tsars in Russia and of making that country a fortress of atheistic communism. The divergences caused by the Agentur, agents of the Illuminati between the British and Germanic empires, will be used to foment this war. At the end of the war, communism will be built and used in order to destroy the other governments and in order to weaken the religions. The Second World War must be fomented by taking advantage of the differences between the fascists and the political Zionists.
Once again, agents of chaos driving a message to create an environment where power is established in a tiny group and humanity is sent into chaos for the benefit of a few to be rewarded. Now, I've spoken about this constantly since I came back on, that the messaging is a manipulation to make people disenfranchised, to make the groups varied, so varied that it swamps even the mind to consider how many different sectors there are, how large the viewerships are, how many pieces of disenfranchised disinformation the urban warfare has created, to the point where there's an AI now permeating the back channels and the Reddit lines and the Twitterverse with memes and suggestions in order to influence an election. Because if we are separated from each other and we are not united, a vacuum is created. Whether you like it or not, that is the fact. So we better get our heads out of our ass and reach out to one another. Really, truly. Put our hands out to one another and offer across the aisles and ideas, a hand up out of the gutter and out of the mental prison that keeps us from connecting, from really understanding one another's problems and needs and humanity. All the prejudice and pride that gets in the way of the similarities, and instead it extols all the differences need to be put the fuck aside and reach out and take the other person's hand, even if it's one at a time. That breaks the mental prison known as the obelisk. That the Ben, which holds that obelisk funnel of power, pain, and energy being brought to the top. Well, that Ben, it requires that funnel to hold it there. And when you reach your hand out and you create that bond and you destroy that imaginary item, the Ben comes crashing to the ground and that structure is no more. But it takes all of us to be aware. That system would be willing to take us to the infernal end. And for what measure and for what point?
This war must be brought about so that Nazism is destroyed and that political Zionism is strong enough to institute a sovereign state of Israel in Palestine. During the Second World War, international communism must become strong enough in order to balance Christendom, which would be then restrained and held in check until the time when we would need it for the final social cataclysm. The Third World War must be fomented by taking advantage of the differences caused by the agentur of the Illuminati between the political Zionists and the leaders of the Islamic world. The war must be conducted in such a way that Islam, the Muslim Arabic world, and political Zionism, the State of Israel, mutually destroy each other.
Mutual destruction. To unleash the power of control through vacuum. Because after the mutual destruction, we're all expected to melt and fight, so that one authoritarian voice can rise above us all in the ashes.
Meanwhile, the other nations, once more divided on this issue, will be constrained to fight to the point of complete physical, moral, spiritual, and economical exhaustion. We shall unleash the nihilists and the atheists, and we shall provoke a formidable social cataclysm which in all its horror will show clearly to the nations the effect of absolute atheism, origin of savagery, and of the most bloody turmoil. Then everywhere, the citizens, obliged to defend themselves against the world minority of revolutionaries, will exterminate those destroyers of civilization, and the multitude, disillusioned with Christianity, whose deistic spirits will from that moment be without compass or direction, anxious for an ideal, but without knowing where to render its adoration, will receive the true light through the universal manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer.
For those who would sell you an idiocy would also sell you an atrocity. I believe that's Descartes. Wherein the vacuum exists, the value of darkness, control, mastery of humanity, and evil as a fire like the sun, born unto the earth, never ending, fallen from grace. Lucifer is rather not the leader of the armies of the underworld. No. Lucifer is an esteemed angel who fell under the guise of a belief that they could fight against their own maker in protest, because Lucifer believed in absolute free will, meaning no rules, under the idealism of the absolute. And so they were banished. But this is a metaphor for the idea that in the morning's flame, we can rule when the sun never sets. That the sun is our God. That a star that never ends can hang its power across a planet. The singular can control the many with a never-ending authority. It's a metaphor, because in the vacuum, it is the only star. Luciferian belief.
Finally out in the public view. This manifestation will result from the general reactionary movement, which will follow the destruction of Christianity and atheism, both conquered and exterminated at the same time.
So the idea is not just to conquer belief, but all belief. To create the vacuum so that there is none, there is no trust, there's just a disenfranchisement from each other, a disenfranchisement from our humanity. A belief that we are animal state again. Which is why I talked about the regression, which is why I shared what I did this evening. At the end of the day, my friends, believe what you will. The only thing I can endear to you is the hope that you took something away, that you enjoyed yourself, that you were entertained, that maybe you learned a little something. But the greater hope is that you walk away seeing yourself as united with each other in the goal that we, once aware, don't have to take part in a drudgery of mental slavery, of mental servitude, of a prison we build for ourselves. Rather, we can break free and break others out and do better and believe ourselves to find wisdom in the ever-changing values and the adaptations that we can extol. And the shit we can show other people we can accomplish. Because, my friends, there may be nothing more important in the world than that moment when you see someone heading for that really low bar. Because I guarantee you, that bar was set there by someone else on purpose, and they're probably watching. And you know what I have to say to that? There's really only one thing to say. Look up. Thank you so much for hanging out. If you haven't already, hit the like button or subscribe, please do so. If you're watching this in the replay, thank you so much. Wow, thanks for hanging in there. It's a long one today. 4:20, but yeah, hey, things are meant to be, aren't they? Lizard Tree, you're awesome as usual. Thank you for being here. And I just want to urge anybody who's having the feelings that they're not included or they're not loved or that they don't have people to talk to. It's what my channel has always been about in the background. It's the moniker of AronMSound, lookup. It's the home of the awkward. Friend of the friendless. I believe in you. And I do. I believe that we can change. I believe everybody can change as many times as they allow themselves to. And that we're only limited by that bullshit other people believe limits us. Don't fall into that game. And when people have your head pushed down, strike low, aim high, and look up. Click.